Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting for November 23rd, 2020. We are virtual and we will probably be remaining virtual for some time, but I just wanted to welcome everybody and thank you for joining us. I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask one of my colleagues for an adoption of the agenda.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Roth. Motion to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm guessing it's going to go under council presentations or council business. Notice a motion, please, for temporary COVID-19 relief supports.
Okay, thank you. We'll put that under 8A, under councillor statements and updates.
That was my next guess.
Yeah, 8A. So Councillor Stevenson, COVID support notice of motion. Okay, thank you. Anything else to add to the agenda from council? Seeing nothing. To administration, Mr. Wolanski, any changes or additions or adjustments to our agenda before us?
Nothing from administration, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Roth, it's friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll call the question on the motion as amended. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Could I get a motion, please, for number 2 on the consent agenda? Councillor Oldham.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that the recommendations contained in the following reports be approved. Item 3A, November 9th, 2020, regular council meeting minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Would anybody like this item removed from the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion for the consent agenda. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, we are going to be heading into our public hearings. And just before I open the public hearing, I would like to ask one of my colleagues for the public hearing opening statement, and I will go to Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public hearings are convened in accordance with the Municipal Government Act of Alberta and have 2 purposes. The first is to provide stakeholders and community members with an opportunity to make submissions to council about the proposed bylaw. The second is to allow council to gather pertinent information on the proposed bylaw prior to making a decision. This is the public's last opportunity to comment on a proposed bylaw, as council is unable to receive further submissions after the public hearing has closed.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. So with that, I will open this public hearing. That's my gavel. You can't see it, but I have one. Open the public hearing on C1137-20. And it's a land use bylaw amendment redistricting Easton stage number 1. Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk if she could please review the hearing procedures.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This public hearing is being held virtually in accordance with the meeting procedures COVID-19 suppression regulation and city bylaw C-1120-20 virtual procedures COVID-19 suppression bylaw. Those interested in making a submission during the meeting or the hearing, may do so by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Email submissions will be accepted until the close of the hearing. Those requesting to make a verbal submission were required to register by noon today. The process for the hearing will be as follows. Administration will make a presentation first. Council will then hear from those who have pre-registered to speak. The city clerk will then read into the record any written submissions received by email. If deemed necessary, the hearing will temporarily adjourn to allow council to review the material. Council will then be given the opportunity to ask questions, clarifying questions of administration. And finally, the city clerk will then read into the record any additional written submissions received by email. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And our presentation this evening will be handled by our administration, Mr. David Towell. Mr. Towell, welcome. And Easton Stage 1 has been a long awaited for development on the east side of the city, adjacent to Pioneer Road. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to share my screen. Okay, do we have the first title page showing?
No.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Toole, we do not see your screen at all.
You do not see my screen at all.
Correct. Thank you.
There we go. We can see it now.
All right, we can see it, but it doesn't appear. There we go. Now you have started the presentation. You're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for that stall there. This is a public hearing for Easton Stage 1, bylaw C-113720. As Mr. Mayor pointed out, it is in the east side of the city. It's approximately 5.5 hectares of land and generally northwest of Highway 16A and Pioneer Road. This area right here. The area is currently districted urban reserve, and the proposal is to change it to R1 mixed low to medium density residential, R2 mixed medium to high density residential, and P1 parks and recreation district. And the intended uses are row houses for the R2 site, single detached dwellings for the R1, and the P1 site is for a future stormwater management facility. The proposed land uses and districting conform to the land use concept map as per the East Pioneer Area Structure Plan, which identifies future land uses in the area. And as you can see on the map, we have a stormwater management facility in the blue, low to medium density residential, and then down south of what is McLeod, future McLeod Avenue, we have the row housing, or sorry, the mixed medium to high density residential. This is just the plain view of from what it's going to change to. The R1, the R2, and the P1. The advertisement for this public hearing was in the paper on November 6th and 13th. And we received no comments or concerns from the public for this public hearing. And administration supports the application. And just to give you a picture of what the entire neighborhood would look at like potentially at development, the developer has provided this draft neighborhood concept plan, and the portion that we are looking at with this stage 1 application is roughly this area right here. I will note that this is a draft, and just to show what they're thinking about doing, they have not committed to this at this time. They're committing to stage 1 and stage 2, as we will see later this evening. And I guess if there are any questions or need further clarification, please let me know, and I will leave it on the previous drawing so we can have something to look at.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Toll. It was nice to see a draft neighborhood concept plan. I know that some members of council had hope to see some of that in our area structure plan. So that's great to see. I'm going to remind the public that they can make a submission during the hearing by sending an email directly to our city clerk. And you can do that at cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. And she's available right now. If you have any questions, you can send that in via email, and we'll do our best to answer that. So what I'd like to do right now is, first of all, I'd like to ask if anybody from the public is registered to speak to our city clerk. Do we have anybody registered to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No one has registered to speak this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I would ask, you know, for a second time, if there is anybody else registered to speak. We'll just give it a second.
Mr. Mayor, I've just been checking and refreshing our email inbox, the cityclerk@sprucegrove.org, and we've received no submissions.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I guess I'll ask, are there, have we received any other correspondence at all in regards, you know, from what we had in our package, which wasn't a lot for correspondence, but have we received anything since, any other further correspondence?
No, Mr. Mayor, we've received no further correspondence on this hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go now to council and ask council if they have any questions for clarification. Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration, I just have a quick question, because looking at this particular stage, I guess, there's not a lot of actual housing within it, and a big component is the stormwater management. I'm just wondering what sort of requirement is required with that pond, and expectation on the developer, and do we have any sort of plan as of right now? Will it be a wet pond? Will it be a dry pond? What sort of you know, requirement will be there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it's going to be an engineered wetland. There will be engineering drawings submitted. Actually, they are in the process of not negotiating, but getting the fine details worked out with the engineering department. They are planning on doing some of the construction over the winter this year due to the soil conditions. Working in the frozen ground is beneficial. What was your other question? The small stage of the residential. When this application first came in, what you're going to see tonight as stage 2 was part of stage 1. It was all one application. And what the developer is doing is letting them have some flexibility with, depending on what the market is like, whether they go ahead with just the storm pond and a little bit around it, or whether they bring on both stages at the same time. So,
perfect. Yeah, that was my concern, because, you know, just doing the stormwater management plan, we're asking them to do a fair amount of upfront work and that sort of thing without, you know, offsetting it. And I do know, you know, the second stage is coming. And so you said it's an engineered wetland. So I'm just wondering, within that then too, is there any sort of parks or trails around the storm pond?
Short answer is yes. Exactly where, I'm not, sorry, let me look at the map here. Doesn't show it. I know that the stormwater management pond has frontage on 2 sides on public roadway. So we will have a sidewalk along McLeod Avenue, or future McLeod Avenue, and potentially up Pioneer Road as well. And we are looking at integrating, let's see, you don't see the map right now, do you? So I'm just talking. There's a future natural area to the north of the wet pond, and we're looking at how it might integrate into that. But I can't say for sure because we don't know if the trails are going to be going meandering through there or if they're just going to be on the perimeter. So the thought is there would be some integration, and actually in the very northwest of the stormwater management facility, there is a PUL that comes in, and that the thought is that could serve as a walkway connection into the stormwater management area as well as for drainage purposes.
Okay, and that's kind of what I was wondering too, because the one map that we included with our major and our secondary pedestrian linkages. And so it's really nice to see that we, are looking into that, but there was nothing shown in the natural area as well as through the stormwater pond facility. So I was just wondering where we're at on that. Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration. First off, I'm happy to see Easton coming to the public hearing. But the question I have, and it's kind of tied to this and the next one, is do we know the staging of McLeod connection right through to the west? Just wondering on new developments. I think this is the first stage of Easton. We're going to start building houses. I know the second stage is kind of in the middle of the landmass. Do we have a timeline of when McLeod might be connected on the other side as well as Pioneer for two access to the neighborhood?
That is a good question. When this application first came in, it actually was an extension of McLeod Avenue eastward. I don't think that one even got that one didn't get very far because there were some challenges, and the primary challenge is servicing. In order to do development here, the stormwater management facility is required, and I think there might be a little bit of sanitary capacity to the west, but the majority of the sanitary capacity is out in Pioneer Road. So in order to start on the west, they would have to build the storm pond and then bring the sanitary connection and try and pre-service all the lots along the way. And there's some challenges and financial costs involved in that. Anyway, long story short, they decided to reevaluate, and they came in with the stage on the east side of the neighborhood. I asked the developer the question today, like, is the intention the next one would make the connection? And it wasn't a clear yes, but it wasn't a clear no. I think we have to see where the market is going to go, and there are some challenges in that area. The very south side of McLeod Avenue, there's a development there that it seems to get legs every once in a while, and so they're not connecting at this time to a built part of McLeod Avenue. So hopefully we are aware that their administration is aware that there needs to be some connection happening there. I can't guarantee you, and we haven't been told by the developer that yes, that is going to be their next stage. So I can't exactly answer your question, but I gave you a long-winded answer, so I apologize.
No, thank you so much, and I appreciate that. And as long as the administration's aware, I'm going to be keeping my eye on it as well. As it develops and more residential comes in place, I think it's important to have two access points for that neighborhood. So as long as you're aware of it and you're asking the questions, I'll be happy with this, but I am happy with the information provided. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kate, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. And I think Mr. Toll, I think you nailed it when you said that, the road would be built as development proceeded, and that makes sense. And the one to the south of that, hopefully one day we'll get some legs, and then we'll see a little bit further there. Okay, I'm going to prompt the members of the public that are listening this evening again to please email any submissions regarding this matter to the city clerk at cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. If you could do that, and we'll just have a little bit of a pause. And I'll also ask again if there's any other questions from council in regards to this. Don't see any further questions. But anyway, great to see this moving forward finally, and It's been a while. I mean, we accelerated the development of Pioneer Road to see these kind of developments come forward. So happy to see Easton finally getting going. So to the city clerk, any other emails? Have we seen anything come in?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No emails have been received.
Okay, do you think have I provided enough adequate time?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So for the third and final time this evening, is there any additional submissions that anybody would like to make? And I will give you just another very short period to send in any submissions for the third and final time this evening. You could send that to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. Again, that's cityclerk@sprucegrove.org for the third time. Okay, thank you very much. I think that'll do it. I think I'm going to declare nothing further has come in.
No, Mr. Mayor, nothing further has come in.
Okay, thank you. I declare this public hearing closed. Okay, moving forward, I'm going to ask Councillor Stevenson in regards to the public hearing, the next public hearing, if she could read an opening statement for the public hearing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Public hearings are convened in accordance with the Municipal Act of Alberta and have two purposes. The first is to provide stakeholders and community members with an opportunity to make submissions to Council about the proposed bylaw. The second is to allow Council to gather pertinent information on the proposed bylaw prior to making a decision. This is the public's last opportunity to comment on a proposed bylaw, as Council is unable to receive further submissions after a public hearing is closed.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. So with that, I will open the public hearing on C1136-20. It's a land use bylaw amendment redistricting Easton Stage 2. So I'll open that up, and I'm going to ask the city clerk if she could also review the hearing procedures for this public hearing, because it is another separate public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So those interested in making a submission during the hearing may do so by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Email submissions will be accepted until the close of the hearing. Those requesting to make a verbal submission were required to register by noon today. The process for the hearing will be as follows. Administration will make a presentation first. Council will then hear from those who have pre-registered to speak. The city clerk will then read into the record any written submissions received by email. If deemed necessary, the hearing will temporarily adjourn to allow Council to review the material. Council will be given the opportunity to ask clarifying questions of administration. And finally, the city clerk will read into the record any additional written submissions received by email. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toll. Back to you for administration to bring us up to speed on stage 2. So, and the reason for the breakout of the 2 stages, I think you've alluded to, but you can maybe refresh us on that as well. So go ahead, Mr. Toll.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we seeing the front page?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a public hearing for Easton Stage 2, bylaw C-1136-20. The redistricting is taking place in the southeast of 25327 west of the 4th. As you can see in the drawing here, it is northwest of Highway 16A and Pioneer Road. The 2.1 hectare area is being proposed to change from the current districting of urban reserve to a combination of R1, mixed low to medium density residential, R2, mixed medium to high density residential, and P1 Parks and Recreation District. The intended actual land uses are row houses, single detached dwellings, and a park. The proposed land uses and districting conforms with the land use concept of the East Pioneer Area Structure Plan. As we can see here, we have north of Future McLeod, we have low to medium density residential. And south of McLeod, we have a mixed medium to high density residential portion, and another small component on the east side of the northbound Collector Road as mixed medium to high density residential. And we have a portion of this T-shaped park that is being redistricted as P1. Now, this looks kind of odd. It's in the middle of a field, but I will skip to the next slide. And as we can see, this is what we just had the public hearing on for stage 1 of Easton. And this builds off of it in a westbound direction. So Future McLeod Avenue will come from the traffic circle on Pioneer Road and follow that line westward. Again, this public hearing was advertised in the November 6th and 13th editions of the Examiner. There were no comments or concerns, phone calls or emails received in regard to this public hearing, and administration is supportive of this application. And again, I'm showing the draft neighborhood concept, and what we are looking at with this application is this portion right kind of in the middle along McLeod Avenue. And again, this is a draft neighborhood concept. There is no firm commitment to this other than it does fit very nicely in with the area structure plan and the land uses identified therein. As I had mentioned in the previous public hearing in answer to a question, stage 2 and stage 1 had initially come in together, but to add some flexibility in how much product is brought on in 2021, the application was split into 2, with the stormwater management facility being part of stage 1, and the, from the traffic circle, future traffic circle westbound as stage 2. And this way the developer has the option of bringing stage 1 on or stage 1 and 2. And I guess with that, I will conclude my presentation. And if council has any questions or needs clarification, please let me know.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toll. To our city clerk, just wanted to ask the question, has been anybody registered to speak to this public hearing for the first time? Has there anybody been registered to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No one has registered to speak for this public hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to remind the public that they can make a submission during this hearing by sending an email directly to our city clerk, and the email address for that is cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. So you can do that. So I'm going to ask for the second time if they would please make that submission. If they would like to speak or provide comments this public hearing, now would be the opportunity to send that into your city clerk, and she will be waiting with the email to see if anybody would like to speak. So with that, I just have a question to our city clerk. Have we received any other correspondence in regards to this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No written submissions or correspondence has been received for this public hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. While we're waiting for any submissions from the public, I'll go to council to ask if there's any clarifications in regards to the public hearing. Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just through to administration. I just had a question. Is there going to be any planned restrictions on parking on the McLeod as we go through here? I'm just imagining McLeod, and it's going to be a main thoroughfare coming eventually from our western side through down to Pioneer Road, and we're putting what appears to be row housing right on the road. So is this going to be a no parking area? Is there going to be a lot of access in and out of these row housing from the front? So that'd be my first question for you. Do we know if we're going to be doing any traffic control on parking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, all the dwellings that are fronting on McLeod Avenue have rear access, so they all have lanes. As to whether there will be parking restrictions, I would have to pass that question on to either Mr. Lavaseur or if Mr. Hussey is on the line.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I would envision the same sort of treatment as the McLeod extension as it sits currently. And so there are some residential dwellings along there currently that have on-street parking. So we would likely mirror that aspect of that particular stretch of roadway.
Okay, perfect. The next question, I know it's just part of your draft neighborhood concept map, which I'm very happy to see. I love it. But the one question is, I see between the phase 1 or stage 1 and stage 2, we got 2 roadways, one coming through the R1, and then we now have the R2 with another roadway. And I'm just trying to imagine being a driver, living with my house in here, trying to get into the traffic circle. As they've been looked at, those are not too close for causing any congestion in this area. Just something that jumped out at me when I looked at that map.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The separation distance from, I think you're talking about what would be a local road, sort of paralleling the stormwater management facility. And then there is, if you go west on the neighborhood concept map, then you have the collector road that goes north-south. The separation between those 2 roadways is adequate. The question and the concern that engineering and has put forward to the applicant is the actual spacing of the lanes. So you have the local road, then a lane, and then the collector road, and it's the spacing of the lane from the lane to the traffic circle. And similarly, if you look west of the traffic circle, we have a lane coming from the south as well. So what is being proposed at the moment or requested is that the divider from the traffic circle be extended beyond the entrance to the laneway so that there will not be left turning vehicles heading eastbound on McLeod Avenue, trying to turn left into the lane and blocking things. And likewise, coming out of the lane, you will not be able to make an immediate left-hand turn. You have to go around the traffic circle and then head east. So did that answer your question?
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just noticed, I don't know if Mr. Talley, you can put the image that you just showed us of the neighborhood itself, because I see we're doing something very similar to what's been done on the west part of like on McLeod, where we have the park that's in the shape of a T. And I know it was a long debate when we were talking about the cannabis bylaw, just in terms of how it affects commercial, having to be a certain meter distance away. So it appears to me that this is going to be very similar to what exists just west of this, where we do have the park that makes the T, and there was some limitations then put on the commercial as to whether or not you could have a cannabis store there. So is that something that's taken into consideration here? Like, knowing that it's been designed this way, I know the T, I guess the vertical part isn't part of this, but just understanding that the location of the park right now could affect the commercial.
Sorry, had to find my unmute button. That's a good question. It wasn't specifically thought of at the time when the configuration of the park was put in. The configuration of the park was put in like that to provide a sort of a pedestrian, a non-motorized vehicular entrance and a pedestrian entrance into the commercial area.
Right.
And it's like they envisioned this as an entrance feature for pedestrians and linking the residential part of the neighborhood with the future commercial part of the neighborhood. If there are limitations regarding distances from parks, I anticipate that's something that we would have to look at when if any applications came in for cannabis shops in that vicinity.
Right. And so maybe this is actually a moot point. If I'm understanding this, the area structure plan properly, the brown area that is just north of the commercial area, so just below what we're approving tonight, looks like that would be residential. So this might be a moot point because our residential would be too close to the commercial area anyway. So I'm just wanting to anticipate that we're not maybe making another significant change down the road, knowing that the way it seems to be, the phases are coming in, that this could limit potentially what goes in the commercial.
If there are limitations that are in place because of the land use concept, any changes would need to be made to the area structure plan in the future. That issue was not identified as a concern when the area structure plan was being developed. Now, if there's a cannabis, I don't want to say user, but a use that is for cannabis sales, I guess they would have to take that into consideration when they're making that, looking at where they can locate. And if there are, I think what you're talking about is I can't remember what the distance is, but there's a distance from a park to that use. Mm-hmm. And you're right, they would limit where you could put such a use in that future commercial area.
Okay, it just jumped out at me that it was very similar to what we dealt with before. So, it's just a consideration. So thank you for answering my question.
Kate, thank you very much. Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go back to Councillor Acker's question because I just wasn't too sure, and I was actually going to ask the question. I really struggle with the number of lane accesses, and I get that we're not talking about the complete area, but we're looking at most of it with the lane accesses onto McLeod Avenue. And so, Mr. Toll, when you were answering about that there would be a median, I believe you said, so it wouldn't be the left in or left right. But I'm confused as to where you were saying about the traffic circle. So could you just repeat that, I guess?
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Are you all still looking at the land use concept map or the neighborhood draft? Okay.
Yes, we can.
So at this intersection, which is McLeod and the future collector road that will be going north into the, I can't remember the name of the neighborhood, but the neighborhood to the north, there will be a traffic circle developed at this location. And Councillor Ackert was asking me about separation between this local road and the collector road and the distance here. And engineering has told us that this distance is fine. We have a TIA that says there's no problem there. or the engineering department has identified the distance from this lane here and then this lane here, the proximity to the traffic circle as a concern. So if you can envision the traffic circle here, what I was explaining was there would be the splitter, or I guess the median that extends from the traffic circle would extend beyond the lane accesses, so that if you're coming eastbound on McLeod, you could not make a left turn into that alley. Or likewise, if you're coming out of this alley, you cannot make a eastbound turn onto McLeod. You would have to go around the traffic circle and then go back.
Perfect.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. And I guess it really just, to me, raises red flags as to our design standards and what we are truly approving. When you think about the future and 10, 15 years down the road and the traffic patterns and the traffic, impact of McLeod Avenue and where that, taking you from Pioneer Road all the way through, it just really concerns me. We've got 8 or 9 different accesses, whether they're right in, right outs or not. That is major accesses along that road. And it just really, really concerns me. It'd be nice to see, especially on the ones to the north, if that lane was able to tee off where it was coming off the collector and the residential, as opposed to coming off of McLeod Avenue. But I mean, and this is where I struggle, and I will continue to sound like a broken record. However, I will continue to push it. I really, truly believe that we need to be looking at our standards a little bit more, especially with accesses on our roads. The more turns that you have, the more high collisions and that sort of thing. And when I look at the distances between that, I just personally don't think that those 3 lane connections, and especially if we've got it being a traffic circle, and that's why I didn't realize that was a traffic circle. So that's why I was confused with your answer, because I thought you were talking about the one on Pioneer Road. Bad enough if that was a T intersection with those so close, but even with the traffic circle, I just think you're asking for transportation nightmares in the future. But I'll just close with that statement. It is just more of me continuing to talk about that. I just don't think we should be having that many accesses. Thanks.
Mr. Toll, I have a question. The intersection immediately, you had indicated the one intersection, you were talking about the traffic circle by where that lane is. The next one to the west, is that going to be a traffic circle as well?
I don't believe it is. I believe the traffic circles or roundabouts are at the connection points with the either arterial to collector or collector to collector. But I will defer that question to Mr. Levasseur if he has anything further to add.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe there is one roundabout, not traffic circle, a roundabout being contemplated at that location, at the location as described by Mr. Toll, for the entire stretch of roadway, but we can get that confirmation. So I believe where Mr. Toll's arrow is the location of the roundabout.
Yeah, I see that now, and I see that there's a collector road going to the north too, so that's probably why we have that improved traffic pattern there as well.
Yeah, there will be a connection, future connection to Tonewood.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had. Any other questions or comments? Okay, for the third and final time, okay, Councillor Roth, question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We may have more roundabouts per capita than any community in the province, and I support roundabouts. I require the I remember the due diligence and all of the consultation and the debate and conversation that went into approving a roundabout at McLeod Avenue. But my question is in an area like this, where we have two roundabouts going in, what are the criteria that are used to measure whether these roundabouts are traffic control devices that should be put into those places?
That's a good question, and I don't have an answer for that. I will defer that to Mr. Lavaseur or Mr. Hussey if he is on the line.
For you, Mr. Mayor. The city administration utilizes the traffic impact assessments that are provided by the developers, as well as consultation with our traffic consultant and transportation consultant. So we work with our consultants to review the entire network as a whole and determine appropriate locations for roundabouts. That being said, some of the locations have been incorporated into the sort of the ASP level, where there would be some shown. And we also look at stacking at each intersection to determine if a traffic signal would be the appropriate treatment, or whether or not four-way stops or three-way stops are warranted. So in this case, this is one of the locations, as I mentioned earlier, where a roundabout would be a sufficient treatment.
Okay, that's pretty much exactly the answer that I expected. Thank you, Mr. Lavaseur. So a subsequent question is, in a case like this, do we bring in the traffic consultant each occasion when a roundabout is being considered for a particular location? Like, I know we've had consultants come in numerous times in the past, and again, the one on McLeod Avenue is the one that I recall the best. Do we engage the consultant each time?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there may be a certain level of engagement with the consultant at each time, but for the most part, we've identified as a city suitable locations ahead of time.
Okay.
So as development happens, they would know the locations ahead of time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lavaseur.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth, for that question. So to the city clerk, I've asked 3 times. So to my question, have we had anybody else email in to the question to provide a question or comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We just checked the inbox and no further submissions have been received via email. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see anybody else from council that has their hand up. So with that,
sorry, it's Jamie Kitlarchuk from Qualico. If I could, I noted that that myself and Bladen Dibben from Select Engineering were here to answer questions, and seeing as how we're nearing the end of this public hearing, I just wanted to clarify a couple of items related to the roundabout and access. David, are you able to pull up that concept, please? So just for reference, when we were talking about access and limiting access into the lanes, the lane on the west side of the roundabout is actually further away than the ones on the east side, and so that one was determined to have sufficient spacing. So the restriction on access is limited to the east side. And just another note regarding the roundabout and the decision to incorporate one in this location. The TIA that we have, which supported the ASP, indicated that a standard T intersection with stop sign would be sufficient. However, the city administration, just through negotiation and discussion with us, indicated that this location was one where they would like to see a roundabout. And so we've worked with them to try and come up with a concept on the roundabout design that would address some of those safety considerations that have been brought forward. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. As I said, it could have been developed as well as a standard intersection, but the direction we received from administration was to move towards a roundabout in this location.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I guess, further to that, when I look at the next intersection to the west, where we have, significant residential properties to the north and a commercial center to the south, I don't know if it's too late for your planning or for the design work, but I think roundabouts work great. And to have another stop sign or another intersection there, if there's any opportunity. We as a council have seen the benefit of roundabouts, and if we don't have to have just a standard intersection where we have a four-way stop, or we would have probably a straight flow through on that particular intersection and stop signs on the north-south way. But the same token, I don't know if that's too late in the game or not, but if there's any opportunity for roundabouts at what we call four-way intersections in the city, that would be great. But I'm not here to say that we should or should relook at it, but I just see the value of them as we start to develop those in the city. But anyway, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments in regards to the folks from Qualico and Select that are here? I just want to say thanks to to Select and Qualico. I know this has been about a 3-year process to bring this forward to the city, so we're appreciative of seeing that. And we have a second reading coming up, with that right after this. So thanks again for being here to answer any questions. So with that, I'll declare this public hearing closed. Just back to the city clerk, just one more last time to the city clerk. Has anybody connected? Not at all. Okay, thank you very much. I think we gave ample time for that. So with that, I declare this public hearing closed. And thank you very much, everyone. Moving forward, we don't have any council presentations, but we do have a delegation from KPMG, our auditors, with the 2020 audit plan. Mrs. Frostad, could you please introduce our presenters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, we're pleased to have with us John Stelter and Ms. Taylor Rollheiser from KPMG to talk about our 2020 audit plan.
Perfect. Thanks very much for joining us, Taylor and John. We haven't seen you for a while, but we appreciate you joining us here virtually, and hope you're doing well and looking forward to the presentation.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Again, my name is John Stelter. I'm a partner representing KPMG, the external auditors for the city of Spruce Grove. Joined this evening by Ms. Taylor Rollheiser, Senior Manager. I'm not proposing to go through our audit plan in detail, but what I will do is provide some overall comments for council, and then open up for questions. KPMG has been appointed by the city of Spruce Grove to conduct an external audit of your financial results for the year ended December 31st, 2020. As part of our appointment, we also conduct a separate audit with respect to the financial information return of the city of Spruce Grove. And that financial information is the same information that's in your year-end consolidated financial statements in a form consistent for all municipalities across the province. In addition, we conduct special work with respect to contributions made to the local authorities pension plan and the Apex pension plan on behalf of certain employees of the city, and also meet the requirements of a special grant audit requirement for the city's family and community support services activities. The external grant arrangement you have with the province requires a separate report on those activities. Those activities are consistent with the reporting requirements and responsibilities of prior years. An external audit involves inspecting the city's records and accounts to provide an opinion about whether or not your consolidated financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards, which are the accounting standards applicable for the city. We conduct audit testing to respond to the audit risk or the risk that there may be an error or misstatement within your financial results. And the audit procedures that we conduct are designed to reduce this risk to an acceptably low level. More specifically, our audit is calculated or is performed using a measure of material or materiality, which is a level of error in a financial statement that, if uncorrected, would result in the financial statements not telling the appropriate story. We establish that materiality level as a percentage of your total planned expenditures for the current year. And that total percentage that we use is 3% of your expenditures. And that's at a basis, and we do that on a basis consistent with prior years. That number for this year is $2.8 million, and that is consistent with last year. We have worked with your administration in terms of what your overall planned and projected results or the implications of COVID will have on those results in the current year, and have considered that and will consider that as part of our external audit. But the measure ultimately will be the same as what has been used in prior years. Our audit planning report summarizes the areas of focus for our audit for the current year, and they describe those areas of focus, that is where we will spend our audit effort and attention, in more detail. But on a summary basis, those areas are, first of all, revenue amounts subject to external restrictions. Really what those are is you receive certain grants and contributions from primarily other levels of government that have restrictions attached to them. From the perspective of the city, those are mostly with respect to your capital expenditures. So we review and look at any external grants that you receive and ensure that the amounts are recognized as part of the revenue of the city if you have achieved and met the terms and conditions of the respective grant agreements. We also have a look at your property taxes, and we ensure that the property taxes as reflected are consistent with the mill rates and the approvals that council had in place with respect to the expected taxes for 2020. In the current year as well, we will give consideration to the impact of COVID may have in terms of whether or not all taxes that you have outstanding are collected and in the bank at the end of the year. We are aware that the city had provided a short deferral in terms of people paying their property taxes, which does mean that the collection is a little bit later than has happened in the past. By the time we do get to our external audit results, we would expect that there'll be a good and clear understanding about whether or not there are any outstanding taxes. We will look to your investment portfolio and make sure that the investments are appropriately reflected in your financial results. The city's investments are very low risk investments, mostly in short-term fixed income securities, well protected. And so, but we will make sure that there is no concerns with respect to your investments. We look to any assets that are purchased by the city, so the tangible assets that you do acquire, but also look at those assets that may be contributed to the city by developers as the city requires the developers to construct certain assets on your behalf, and we make sure that those assets, as they are completed, are appropriately reflected in the records of the city. We look to your outstanding liabilities, so the external debt that the city may hold, and ensure that you've complied with all terms and conditions of those debt arrangements. That's both with the Alberta Capital Finance Authority and also any other external debt that you may have at the end of the year. We do consider also environmental matters or any other potential contingencies within the city. These were significant areas of focus in prior years. You've developed good processes at the city to understand what those potential environmental matters might be, and they are reflected appropriately in your records. We would consider and expect that your good processes will continue on. And then we finally look to where you're spending the dollars, both from an operations perspective, so a non-payroll or salaries, and then a salary perspective, to make sure that all costs of the city are appropriately captured in your results. On an overall basis, we do consider the implication of COVID-19 as well. And COVID-19 really has two impacts on our external audit that we would probably or would like to flag. Those are in terms of the potential implications on your overall financial results themselves. So thinking about where there may be a question about the value of an asset, or do you have all liabilities reflected? And we absolutely will consider that as we conduct our audit. And then there's just the mechanism and the way that we conduct our audit as well. As we're sitting here today operating in a virtual environment, we will be conducting our audit and expect that we will be conducting our audit in a remote or a virtual approach throughout at least the short term, and likely as we go through your year end. We've had good support from your administration team over the last number of weeks as we have conducted interim work and have had good information sharing. And so we believe that this should not have an implication or overall impact on our ability to conduct external audit for the city this year. As part of our work, we will report all significant matters to council, both in terms of any numbers or changes to numbers that might be made, either corrected, or if there happen to be any matters that were unresolved or uncorrected, we would report it to council. There haven't been any unresolved matters in the past, and we would not expect to see that in the current year, but we will definitely report any results to council. We will also report any observations that we might have from a control or a process perspective. Again, likely quite critical this year, as even many of the city's processes themselves are changing as a result of much of the city activity is also happening on a virtual way. And so we will consider how the impact of COVID may have in terms of even your own internal processes. We would expect that the results of our audit will be complete well or comfortably in advance of the external reporting deadlines that the city has to report your results to the province by no later than May 1st, 2021. And we have developed an audit plan to comfortably meet that timeline for the current year. We're very appreciative of the opportunity to work with the city as your external auditor, and either myself or Taylor would be happy to answer any questions that you may have with respect to our 2020 audit plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Thank you as well, Taylor, for all the work we're doing. I'll just open up the floor to my colleagues on council if there's any questions in regards to the audit. John, I have one question. Okay, Councillor Eckler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And looking through, it looks like a great plan. I'm looking forward to the final report. And just to highlight that, we're expecting that back to council in April. Was that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, it would be in the mid-April timeframe we would expect to be reporting to council.
Yeah. Perfect. And I just wanted to touch on what I thought was interesting is how you go and look at the assessment tax rolls. Do you go and compare with market assessments, or how do you determine if there's a risk there on the tax assessment side?
Through the mayor, we do have a look at your overall assessment roll and ensure that the roll itself makes sense. So looking in comparison to prior years, and that we do know that you do update that on a regular basis. We ultimately rely or use that the work that is done to support the roll, and then we ensure that it's the roll times the expected mill rate is what is actually ended up as the tax that the city has collected.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Councillor Oldham, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, just one question. You've outlined several areas of focus in the areas that you're focusing on. Will you provide a summation for each area regardless of if there's a concern or not, or will you only kind of go back to those areas if there's a particular question or concern? I find them all quite interesting. So I thought I'd ask if we would get something or only if there's a concern.
Through the mayor, yes, we will provide a response to every area that we actually look at as part of our overall audit findings report back to you.
Okay, thank you. John, I have a question. As you know, through some legislation with the province, they're looking at a financial, I could call it a health check or report card that the province is going to be doing. Are you going to be involved with that? Is that part of, I guess maybe administration would say, do our auditors work with the government on that, or is that just a joint project, or is that anything you could share with us in regards to the report card?
I guess, Mr. Mayor, we would work and support your administration and any work or reporting that ultimately goes back to the province. I know the thought of a provincial report card or scorekeeping has been a glimmer in the eye of the province for probably the past 10 to 15 years. So again, we've been involved in history as the province has thought about what that might look like, and we will absolutely continue to keep involved to make sure that the stories or the messaging that is provided is actually telling appropriate stories about what's happening in Alberta municipalities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the preliminary report as well. And I don't see any other questions or comments, so I'll ask one of my colleagues on council to accept your report for information. If I could, Councillor Roth.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that KPMG LLP's audit planning report for the year ending December 31st, 2020 be received as information.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. I will call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Moving on to public question and answer period. Could I get a, Councillor Acker, could you please read the statement on the public question and answer period?
I sure will, Mr. Mayor. Members of the public wishing to address council verbally during public question and answer period at tonight's meeting were given the opportunity to pre-register with the City Clerk's office until 12 p.m. today. Members of the public were also given the opportunity to email a question prior to the meeting and may also submit an emailed question at this time. Public question and answer period is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions of council. Speakers will not be allowed to discuss items that are before the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board or the Assessment Review Board, or any issue currently being dealt with in a statutory public hearing. The question and answer period does not involve opinions or formal presentations. Those should be referred to the presentations and delegation section of a future council meeting. Administration will assist members of the public who wish to make a formal presentation. These questions may be answered by council or referred to administration for further investigation. In all cases, you will receive a reply. Those persons wishing to speak during public question and answer period may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. I'm just going to ask the City Clerk. I understand there was somebody registered to speak this evening, so I'd ask the City Clerk to introduce the first speaker.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our first participant is Mr. Ken Hiller of Spruce Grove, and he's registered to address council verbally. Mr. Hiller, please unmute your microphone and ask your question. Thank you. We do see that Mr. Hiller is on the line. So we'll just give him another minute to unmute his microphone. All right, so well, let's give him a minute to figure that out. We did also receive an email submission. So our second participant is Ms. Terry McMahon, and she has asked that her question be read on her behalf. And it is as follows. As a senior citizen, I'm very worried about the dramatic rise of COVID-19 numbers in the province. Since March, I have worn a mask whenever I am shopping, which trips I do limit. I live alone and am now quite isolated. With this increase, I'm not even visiting the one family within my bubble. It is my understanding that the city has made the wearing of masks in public confined areas such as stores mandatory. What can be/is being done to enforce the requirement? On Friday afternoon past, of necessity, I shopped at the Superstore despite the crowding. The majority of shoppers were masked and made some effort to maintain 6 feet distance. However, there were several people who did not. Of note, one young woman with 2 children and annoyingly 2 adults who stood at the end of the aisle blocking access while they chatted for 10 minutes or more. The staff member I asked told me the store had no control, that only a bylaw officer could challenge/order those people to comply or leave the store. Is this correct? If so, can/will the city If so, what can/will the city do to protect its citizens? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. in regards to the mask bylaw. I'll defer that to Mr. Wolanski. Mr. Wolanski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of things. The store can ask people to comply and leave their business. If a person is refusing, they may have their own processes and protocols that can enforce that. If not, they can contact enforcement services. I would say I reached out to both our communications and enforcement services late last week and earlier today. We have received over the last 2 weeks only approximately 7 to 9 phone calls to enforcement services regarding concerns expressed. And so I would continue to ask people individually or businesses to contact enforcement services for help. The second component, I do know that it is something that our emergency management agency, as well as our police of jurisdiction, is discussing and having further conversations about. Our police chief received a recent letter from the Association of Police Chiefs of Alberta that Dr. Dina Hinshaw, our chief medical officer, had recently asked all the police chiefs in Alberta to become move from the education and awareness into more strict enforcement. And that is certainly something that we will be having further discussions about. I know several of our regional partners, municipalities, are talking about moving from again, an education and awareness into more stricter enforcement. Something we are considering looking at, depending on our resources, etc. But that is a great question. It is something we are considering more so. But in the meantime, I would encourage people to contact enforcement services, and we can certainly help businesses and address any concerns, hotspots.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And just to follow up with that, the complexity of this bylaw that we've implemented, and the fact that there are some citizens that are have challenges wearing masks and such, that we have to really certainly use a lot of caution. But I think we're certainly here to promote the safety in the community, and we do our best to we're going to continue to do our best to do that as we await further restrictions and comments from the province coming up shortly.
Yes,
so thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I would just adding on to what you said, Mr. Mayor, and that we also have to remember that there are exemptions listed in our bylaw, and so we can't necessarily assume when we see someone not wearing a mask that they're just doing so because they don't want to. There may be exemptions for legitimate reasons that they're not wearing it. So that's part of the compassion and understanding that we also have to have with certain situations. I was happy to hear actually in the question that the vast majority, overwhelmingly, were wearing masks, and certainly we look at those that aren't if there are situations, but also understanding that there may be people who simply can't for health reasons.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Wolanski. Okay, I hope that answered the question. If not, there's always another opportunity to connect with us, offline this evening for further information as well. Okay, back to the city clerk. Do we have Mr. Hiller on the line?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hiller, I believe you can press *6 to unmute your phone. Do you want to give it a shot? Evidently, we're having some tech issues this evening with this participant's phone line. So, you know what, we'll try again. This is the only individuals that we've only received 2 registrants for the public question and answer period. If we can get him connected, we'll try and get him to call into the meeting again. And if it's all right with you, Mr. Mayor, we'll interrupt the next item or try and get him connected here. So I'll keep you posted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we do have an update from Mr. Wolanski. So I think to the city clerk, maybe you could work with Mr. Hiller on trying to get him connected. And with that, we'll go forward to 8A. And Councillor Stevenson, you had an item to bring forward. So under 8A, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm bringing forward a notice of motion this evening, and it reads as follows. That $27,000 be provided to local community organizations as determined by administration to support the COVID-19 relief efforts, and that the funds be allocated from council contingency.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. And this is a notice of motion, so that is simply a notice, and this will be brought back to our next council meeting on December 14th for a discussion and debate. And there's no debate at this time in regards to a notice of motion. So thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson, for providing that notice of motion. Okay, we're going to go to a COVID update. If Mr. Wolansky would provide an update under 9A. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Obviously, I think the council and the public are aware that the news isn't necessarily sobering, or is very sobering. As of 3:30 today, Spruce Grove had 93 active cases. There are 61 in Stony Plain and 108 in Parkland County. And sadly, there have been deaths reported in our tri-region over the weekend as well. Again, these numbers are sobering. They are more than double the numbers of active cases that were reported just a few weeks ago. They are on par with cases in Ontario and Quebec that have 3.5 times and 2 times Alberta's population, respectively. These numbers continue, record-breaking increases also in the number of cases, hospitalizations, and people admitted to ICU. And so as a result of those things, this is deeply worrying, not only for all of us, but especially with our medical officials in the province. There was an update today by our Chief Medical Officer, and Dr. Hinshaw continued to express concern that this is putting extreme pressure on our healthcare system and impacting care, not only for those suffering with COVID-19, but also other health needs. And she indicated that we are at a very precarious point and that we must implement stronger measures in order to stop the spread. She is meeting, or had met, or will be meeting with the Priorities Implementation Committee of Cabinet earlier this afternoon to discuss and finalize a series of new measures, and we expect details to be released tomorrow. And council may ask if I have any heads up, and I don't. We can assure council, though, in our community and our staff that the city's emergency management agency will continue to monitor the situation and provide as timely as information as we are able to. We often takes us some time to kind of review everything that comes out and making sure that it is we are fully understanding of what it means and the implications to the city. As well, there have been regional conversations at the municipal level where there's a great deal of concern with the rapid escalation in cases. There has been some conversations, both administratively and at the political level across Alberta, where municipal leaders are looking to proactively consider stricter measures within certain areas in the absence of, prior to today or tomorrow, maybe the province doing something more. We certainly want council to be aware and prepared that we may be faced with decisions that may have to be made quickly over the coming days, or at least we need to be ready to be reactive to if we need to make decisions, or if we're not going to, and responding to that as to why or why not. So it is important to note that any restrictions put in place by municipalities must be within our jurisdiction, and that's something that all of our regional partners and municipalities are looking at. Certainly our hope is that the province provides some clarity and direction in that regard. And again, we are monitoring the situation, and we're a part of these discussions with both regional partners and health officials. It has been announced that there is now a mobile testing unit in the city of Spruce Grove. Alberta Health Services has set this up. They are also located in Sherwood Park, St. Alberta, and Leduc. Testing at this mobile site is is being offered, but by appointment only. So you still need to go through the right processes in terms of Alberta Health Services, but there is a location in Spruce Grove for testing. It's a mobile site. And again, I know that I sound and others sound like a broken record, but I think we would all say it's more important than ever that we need to do our part and follow all measures and continue to do things, limit our social circles, stay home if we're not feeling well, washing hands, physical distancing, reducing, again, our social interactions and cohorts. And as we mentioned earlier about masks, we have to be kind, caring, patient with each other. This is a very difficult situation and that we're all experiencing over the last 9 months, and it looks like it's going to continue for much longer. But we truly need to be in this together and are in this together. And we need to make sure that we're doing what we can individually and as a municipality to keep our community healthy and safe. And that is my update for today, Mr. Mayor, and certainly willing to take any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much. I will open up the floor to my colleagues on City Council if there's any questions or comments. Okay, just want to reiterate, Mr. Orlansky, I think the one point that you touched on last is the key one for everybody, and that's minimizing interactions with other people. That's the only way, that we're going to get on top of it. I think it's the only way that, all the other health measures, of course, but going out and minimizing interactions and taking the opportunity to, to reduce your exposure out of your own home and stuff like that, in particular with people within the community and your friends and stuff like that, is to minimize that. But we appreciate the work that EMA, our Emergency Management Agency, is doing. I think as I speak for all of council when we talk about how concerned we are for the health and safety of Spruce Grove. There's absolutely no question. We're concerned, and we are waiting for the province and the Alberta Health Services to advise us on some next steps. And we will be getting an update on that tomorrow to remind everybody. I think one of the points I want to make to anybody that is listening is that our City Council has been inundated with opinions on both sides of this conversation, particularly in regards to masks and what we're doing, as a municipality. But I want you to know, I don't think there is any easy answer. I don't know that we are, as a municipality, necessarily health experts, but we do want you to know that we are doing our best to get the message out and encourage people to, to stay safe and be healthy. So, we're going to respond to all those emails that we get, and we want you to be patient with the process that we're going through. But at any rate, I think that will conclude. I don't see anybody putting their hand up unless Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for those that are watching, maybe administration could touch base. I think we posted something on our Facebook about a new rent subsidy program from the feds. And then I'd also like to ask a question, depending on whatever the announcement, and everyone just hears rumors and what might happen tomorrow. But in the event that our businesses are affected again, is there going to be any consideration or ability for this council to send a letter to the province or to be looking at some type of supports for businesses? Because I think getting hit at this time of year is going to be a tough pill to swallow, and anything we can do as a council to support them and find ways to encourage the province to be opening up some funding for them, I think is important. So just want to leave it. I'm just predicting what might happen, so I want to be prepared.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Acker. So, we can certainly, we've worked really hard.
Just froze up.
Not only
getting a little freezing up there, Mr. Orlansky.
Sorry,
not getting you. Kind of froze up there a bit. If you want to maybe start again, that'd be great.
I'll try my headset, but I don't think it was my headset. I think it was my internet in general. Again, I will, yeah, everyone can hear me now, hopefully. Again, I'll try the headset, but I think it's my internet in general. I had the power outage earlier today and it's been spotty since coming back on. So in answer to the question to Councillor Acker, so the municipalities worked hard at providing information through our own resources, but also through the Chamber of Commerce on supports and assistance that federal and provincial and other authorities have provided, and will continue to do that. There was an announcement just earlier today that the Alberta government is providing more financial support, and it says to the Alberta job creators hardest by COVID-19 pandemic. So there's just another announcement today, and we'll continue to provide updates to our business community as best we can. And as, of course, if other things come out, I think if, without anticipating what things may come up tomorrow, but we'll certainly evaluate that, as well as other programs and supports that that might be announced, and we'll try and get that information as quickly as possible out through the channels that we've been utilizing thus far.
Okay, thank you very much. And important to get that message out to the chamber too. And it's a good point. I mean, the announcement yesterday about the COVID subsidy for business affected directly by shutdowns is a pretty significant one, considering the 65% support by the federal government, I believe, is going to be doing that. So that's important that we get that out. And just wanted to also reiterate, I think Mr. Wolanski touched on it, but the Spruce Grove is one of 4 cities that have been added to the COVID test centers. Again, just wanted to say to people that this is for people that are symptomatic. This is people experiencing COVID symptoms, and you can do that with a self-assessment with the Alberta government. So do that self-assessment first. And then if the self-assessment comes up, it will prompt you to go to a booking, and it requires a booking at that site. So, and that's in Spruce Grove by the Fuhr Sports Park at the TLC parking lot. So just wanted to, for those that are listening as well. All right. Don't see anything further. So I'm going to go back to our clerk to see if Mr. Hiller is on board.
Testing.
We got you.
Mr. Hiller is on board, but just wanted to confirm that we did have a motion to receive the update as information.
Okay, can I get a motion, please, to receive Mr. Wolanski's update, Councillor Acker?
I move the update as presented.
Okay, move the update as presented for information. Thank you very much. Councillor Oldham?
Do we need to vote on that? I was just voting in favor.
Yeah, okay. All those, yeah, I just call a question on the motion. I thought you had a question because you had your hand come up pretty quick before I mentioned it. Thanks. Okay, we're back to, had a little bit of a delay. So we've gone back to the public question and answer period. Mr. Hiller, go ahead.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to participate in your council meeting. To dovetail, I guess, with the last couple conversations, as we move towards face masks becoming a more prevalent part of our day-to-day lives, I have 2 questions regarding the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw. Under section 4.1C of the bylaw, would council consider an addition providing a further detailed explanation of the mask exemptions, just to make it a bit more clear for everybody? And then my second question is, has the council considered issuing a statement to provide clarification to our residents and businesses on the enforcement of the mask bylaw?
Okay, thank you very much. There's 2 questions. The first one would be, you were looking to see if we would look to do an addition in regards to some clarity on mask exemptions. And I will ask Mr. Wolanski, first of all, to answer that. And then the second question as well, I'll direct to Mr. Wolanski as well. Mr. Wolanski?
So under the first question related to section, I believe you mentioned, I'm just pointing up here, 4.1C.
4.1B, I think.
Is it B?
I believe it's C, but I think we all
Okay.
know which part we're talking about.
Okay, sorry. I had written down B. You're probably right, C.
It could be all wrong. I apparently can't even hit *6. So
Okay, so I'll read C. It's the section where it talks about people are exempt if you're unable to wear a face covering due to a mental or physical concern or limitation or protected ground under Alberta Human Rights Act. Is that the section you're referring to, just for clarity?
yes.
Okay. And so, we believe that, later on, it does list, in the bylaw, it does list some of those other, exceptions. Again, it doesn't apply for certain things. And again, there are places or mental or physical concerns or limitations that would be people's, I guess, right to or exception to the bylaw. Defining that specifically, and again, we've talked about this in other bylaws with council recently with a number of things. It is very difficult and maybe not practical to prescribe every single situation or limitation or reason that someone may fall or feel they should be exempted. And then as soon as you start listing some of those, and it becomes, is that the exhaustive list or not? And if something's included or not included. So normally when you're doing bylaws, you would put it under that kind of more general terms. And so we don't have any plans to amend the bylaw at this time, because also it's not something that we are getting significant complaints or concerns expressed.
Okay.
And the second question, if you could just ask that again, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Has council considered issuing a statement to provide clarification to our businesses and our residents, people that come and visit us, on the enforcement of the bylaw? My reason for asking this is I think a lot of businesses feel that they are in a position where they need to enforce this. I understand that as a business owner, they can deny you entry, but that's not what I'm asking.
Right, we have information on our website, and we can continue to ask people to contact enforcement services, and they'll be able to provide those answers. Businesses, as I've said a couple of times, and it's always worth repeating because the questions are still coming forward, and it's a great question, of course. A business's obligation under the face coverings bylaw is to ask people to wear a mask if they're not, or face covering, and then ask them to leave if they're not in compliance. That's the business's obligation at that point. They have met that and they fulfilled their role under the bylaw. If a person refuses to leave, then it becomes whether the business wants them to, and they can push that, or to contact enforcement services. And so we have information on our website which details and the rate of the question is, what should I do if someone won't comply with the bylaw? And so we're trying to provide information for people as either on social media or on our website, but also they can contact enforcement services, continue to provide that information to the public and help businesses comply with the bylaw and understand their role.
Okay. I might have missed it on the website, but I don't remember seeing anything like that. I'm not sure if you'd know offhand where I could locate it.
Yes, I could get it from our communications, but it's on we have everything on our COVID page. It's sprucegrove.org/masks. And I'm reading a question right now. What should I do if someone won't comply with the bylaw? We talked about some people are exempt, but if they are not exempt and are refusing to comply, please ask them to leave. And if the situation escalates, there's a phone number there for enforcement services to respond. So we've kind of been working through those frequently asked questions, but it is on sprucegrove.org. /masks.
Okay, thank you. My apologies for not seeing that.
No, it's a fantastic question. I appreciate it being asked again. Gives us an opportunity to share with the public again. Thank you.
And Ken, just to follow up to Mr. Wolanski's comments is that, we're trying to do our best on the education side as well. And, we recognize there are individuals that simply can't wear a mask. And I know myself personally, when I go into a lot of our our stores and stuff, I'm seeing about a 99% compliance. Honestly, I think based on, where we are and where we're at, it's never going to be 100% perfect. But I think, relatively speaking, that we are trying to do our best. But but I appreciate the call in. Thanks again.
I appreciate you guys for helping take care of our city. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ken, and have a great evening.
You too.
Okay, I don't see anybody putting their hand up for a comfort break right now. We have one, so I will call a 7-minute recess, and we'll see you back here at about quarter. We'll call a 10-minute recess. We'll see you back here at 7:45. Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, and we're going to move forward into our bylaws. Could I get a motion, please, for 10A? Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that second reading be given to bylaw C-1137-20, land use bylaw amendment, redistricting Easton Stage 1.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Mr. Toll, we just went through this in our public hearing. This is for second reading. So if you want to reintroduce the item, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is second reading of Easton Stage 1, bylaw C-1137-20. We had the public hearing earlier this evening. This is for Stage 1 in Easton, 5.5 hectares of land northwest of the Highway 16A and Pioneer Road intersection, as depicted in the drawing on the screen. Changing it from urban reserve to R1, R2, and P1. And the P1 area is for a future stormwater management facility. I can go further into detail if there's any questions, but I will leave my presentation here.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of this, but I have a question about any kind of boundary or structure that's going to be along Pioneer Road to protect the stormwater pond. Is there any plans for any pickets or a fence or keep cars from crashing into a body of water? Is there?
So we're through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm assuming that you're talking about vehicle stormwater interaction and not concerns about the soil conditions or things like that. And I would assume that there are standards that will be followed in regard to the placement of the pond and the distance from the roadway. I don't think there are specific pylons that will be built, but the engineering guidelines do take this into consideration with the placement of these next to roadways, and the standards will be followed.
Sounds like a good answer. And just another question. Is there any discharge that comes out of the stormwater pond on this new P1 area that's going to affect the Adam Creeks or whatever, the channel of water that goes up to Wagner's Bog? Or is that all kept clean? And is that the discharge point?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I believe the discharge from the stormwater management facility will feed north into the Fenwick area before it is discharged into the creek. So yes, that the creek that goes through Tonewood and then sort of cuts northeast through the city, if you're following me, it does discharge into that creek, which then goes into the Big Lake area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? I just say certainly supportive as well to the consultants and stuff with Stantec and Qualico. They're listening. I'm sure they're excited to see this finally come to fruition. I'm actually happy to see the development of that storm pond there, because I know that storm pond is going to alleviate a lot of concerns. There's been a fair bit of overflow and flooding in that area. And when you drive down Pioneer Road in the spring, you can see a very wet area. That's exactly the shaded area there. So this will alleviate a lot of that. And, you know, excited to see that come forward. And finally, the investment of Spruce Grove into the development of Pioneer Road is starting to see the, fruits of our labors coming to fruition with some new developments coming up there. So looking forward to supporting this as well. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Moving on, could I get a motion, please, for item 10B? Councillor Gulke had her hand up just ahead of Councillor Oldham to the wire. A photo finish.
You might have to let Councillor Oldham do it because I have it. Mr. Mayor, I will move that second reading be given to bylaw C-1136-20 land use bylaw amendment redistricting Easton Stage 2.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Gulke. Mr. Toll, this is Stage 2. You indicated that this was split to look at the potential of bringing it on in different phases. So go ahead on Stage 2. What does it mean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You can see my screen again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We can.
Yes, this is second reading of Easton Stage 2, a redistricting application, bylaw C-1136-20. It is indeed Stage 2 of the Easton neighborhood, immediately west of the application area that we just talked about in Stage 1. The area is 2.1 hectares in size, a mix of R1, excuse me, my cat, go away. A mix of R1, R2, and P1. And in this case, the P1 district is for a portion of a linear park that will be developed in the future. I'll just jump ahead. This is the combined Stage 1 and Stage 2 of Easton redistricting. As you can see in the drawing, they just go connect to each other. And the Easton Stage 1, Stage 2 was initially applied for as one stage. The developer wanted to add some flexibility in the amount of product that they will bring on in 2021. So this breaking it into two stages gives them the flexibility of bringing Stage 1 or Stage 1 and 2 on in 2021. Administration does support this application, and we are seeking second reading at this time. I'll end my presentation there.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toll. Any further questions or comments? This was the public hearing that we just wrapped up, as he had indicated. And I think the exciting part is it's more than halfway to the connector to McLeod Avenue. So would encourage the Stantec and Qualico to consider an upswing in housing starts to be a catalyst for seeing that extend a little bit farther. So yeah, we're excited to see it. Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to administration, can you clarify what the park is going to be? Are we talking playground structure, or are we just talking green space? I know we have a trail connector.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not intended to be a playground structure. It's more of a linear park with a trail connection and some, I think, enhanced landscaping is what we're calling it. So to make it a nice transition piece between the residential neighborhood and the commercial development to the south. But no, the intention is not to put a play structure at that location.
Okay, yeah, and I would be concerned with the traffic circle so close to it. One concern that jumps out to me, though, is we're putting a lot of row housing and high density on the southern portion of the future McLeod Avenue. And anyone with children are going to have to be hiking across McLeod Avenue to get to that northern park. I see mapped it out, unless there's another one that I'm just not seeing on that neighborhood plan. So it's just a concern that pops into my mind.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, having the traffic circle, the roundabout at the intersection location adds for the safety of pedestrian crossing And the area structure plan identifies that intersection as an enhanced pedestrian crossing. So I'm not sure exactly what that means, but there will be attention put to the pedestrian crossing at the roundabout.
Okay, I just have one comment, Mr. Toll. I'm actually kind of surprised that we don't have a playground structure in that park, maybe as a linear park. And the reason is because on both sides we have two high density, residential developments, or the higher density developments. And normally when you look at McLeod Avenue near some of our R3s and stuff like that, that we have, a neighborhood playground structure there, which I think there would be ample room. So I'm not sure if that can be revisited or what, but I think looking at the densities, the nearest park that I can see is quite a bit. Can you pull that map back up just while we're at it?
I have to open it up from the other one. Just if you bear with me, I will.
Oh, we're fine. Take your time. Yeah, and I just want to say when you look at the dark brown areas with the multifamily and stuff, especially all the row housing and the number of the amount of density in that area, to not have a park there, the closest park I guess would be fairly quite a ways up to the north. It looks like a very large linear park, and I'm sure there'll be playground structures up there. But anyway, just wanted to give that consideration to the developers and to the administration. That would seem to me that would be something would be sort of a kind of a design standard that we would have right next to and adjacent to the multifamily units. I'll just make that comment. Okay, I don't see any other further questions or comments in regards to second reading. Certainly supportive of it. I'll call the question on the motion for second reading. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I did not see one of our councillors vote, so I just wanted to ensure that the vote was made. Councillor McKenzie? I didn't see your hand raised. My apologies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Can I get a motion, please, for 10C? Councillor Oldham.
Didn't raise my hand, Mayor. I'm just getting to it.
Councillor McKenzie, go ahead. Councillor McKenzie, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. Yeah, I'll move that second reading be given to bylaw C1123-20 traffic bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Lavassieur, could you introduce this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As outlined in the Committee of the Whole presentation in October, the proposed changes to the existing traffic bylaw were numerous enough that the administration is seeking that the current bylaw be repealed and replaced with this draft bylaw C-1123-20. Based on the input from the Committee of the Whole, a number of changes were incorporated into this draft for second reading. Some of the substantive changes being proposed are as follows. Section 4.15 recreational vehicle parking is to be restricted for a long-term basis. Section 4.9 has been added regarding loitering, as was discussed at the committee of the whole, as well as unduly disturbed section 15.7, which adds in a clause that enforcement may occur at any time of the day. The parking on snow routes fine was reduced to reduce the punitive effect of the current fine, coupled along with the tow and impound fees that a resident may be subjected to. Administration took into account the comments regarding driveway aids, and although a prohibition will be a bit painful for some residents and the message will have to be communicated and managed, it was viewed that there is substantive upside to a prohibition. There are significant costs and service delivery impacts associated with driveway aids on public roadways. The reference to driveway aids was removed from section 8.1c, which indicates that an obstruction is prohibited unless a permit is obtained, as was discussed at the COW meeting. Instead, driveway aids was added under section 8.7. In winter operations during snow removal, driveway aids get pulled into snow blowers, which cause damage and lost production. The cost to remedy the damage can be quite high, and with a snow blower out of commission, this means either the city has to pay the contracted services out of the snow removal and reduce service levels, thus taking substantially more time to complete one circuit of snow removal. Driveway aids also prevent street sweepers from effectively sweeping because this results in a natural debris remaining on the highways, which can be a safety hazard to traffic and vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic as well as vehicular traffic. And materials and pollutants left on the roadway can migrate into the stormwater system. Driveway aids also obstruct stormwater runoff from flowing freely along the edge of the roadway into the stormwater catch basins, and during heavy rainfalls, the driveway aids themselves can be washed into the stormwater and system and cover catch basins. This can result in flooding of public and private property, which can cause significant damage, be quite costly to fix, and exposes the city to liability. As was mentioned earlier, by maintaining an outright prohibition, the city's legal exposure is reduced in the event of major flooding or debris remains on a roadway causing damage. Prior to any enforcement of the prohibition of driveway aids, there will be a public awareness campaign advising of the prohibition. After the committee of the whole meeting, administration met to discuss the various options afforded to administration and to council for consideration. And it was felt that based on the liabilities, based on the reduced service standards, et cetera, and damage to property, it was put forward as remaining as a prohibition. Other options for regulating driveway aids that were explored was the seasonal ban. So the bylaw could be amended to institute a seasonal ban, which was discussed, where driveway aids would be banned in the winter, but allowed during the warmer months. However, this option does not mitigate the issues with debris, materials, and pollutants remaining on the roadway because the street sweepers have to drive around them, and does not mitigate the drainage concerns as driveway aids typically impede the flow of water during storm events. And due to the increasingly unpredictable weather and seasonal allowance of driveway aids may also be problematic because it is quite plausible that a large snowfall event could occur well into May or as early as September into the fall, where there is also an issue where driveway aids freezing to roadways, making them difficult to remove once a winter ban takes effect. The other option that was discussed and not being recommended is that the bylaw could also look at obtaining a permit for driveway aids. The bylaw could be amended to allow individuals to obtain a permit to use driveway aids. However, this would be counter to efforts to create efficiencies and reduce red tape. One might also suggest that that enforcement may be an issue, as many driveway aid owners may not seek to have a permit, even if it is a criteria. Criteria would also be established indicating what an acceptable driveway aid is, and maintaining a permitting program around driveway aids would be an onerous process. And again, the permit does not address the significant costs and operational issues that driveway aids can cause. Additionally to driveway aids, at the committee of the whole was discussed the use of power bicycles. So a definition for power bicycles has been added under section 1.39, and the term has been added to section 15, which regulates bicycles. It was thought that it would encompass the wording through or similar device, as technology changes constantly and continuously, and that would be a catch-all sort of phrase for some of these additional powered equipment, as was discussed at the committee of the whole. Specific ride sharing services was also discussed, but utilizing products such as e-bikes and e-scooters would be reviewed upon notice that a company wishes to conduct business and the city, and using these products and services within the city. Depending on the specifics around the products and services, the bylaw may be amended. As well, it was discussed at the committee of the whole, the difference between playground areas and playground zones. Section 1.36 and 1.37 added definitions of playground area, and the wording was added to make clear that playground areas are separate and distinct from a playground zone. There was also some discussion about bicycle conduct and the notification of a person passing, a person riding a bicycle passing or overtaking another person, notifying that person using a bell. So the wording was changed to using an audible warning device other than just a bell. As well, there was some discussions regarding the fine for not staying on a sidewalk during a parade, procession, or special event. This fine was amended and reduced from $172 to $115 to be in line with the reduced fine for towing a vehicle on parking on a snow route. And those are the major changes based on administration's review, as well as the committee of the whole's recommendations. And I'll be happy to take any questions. And we also have a few other members of administration on the line this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start with Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mayor Houston. Through you to Mr. Levasseur. You spend a lot of time talking about driveway, so I suspect you're anticipating some pushback. You won't get it from me. I think, excuse me, I wasn't fully aware of all of the risks, including damage to equipment, downtime for crews and so on of driveway aids until we discussed it at committee of the whole. And I'm supportive of a total ban on driveway aids because of all of those, those potential risks. For example, driveway aids being pulled into snow blowing equipment, crews being rendered unable to work because of the downtime, the interference with water flows and potential negative impacts on catch basins and so on. But my question is, and you mentioned doing a public communication program. My suggestion is that I think it should be repeated every spring, because a few months ago, somebody in my cul-de-sac where I live got a ticket for angle parking when parallel parking is a requirement. And when I talked to her and told her about the requirement to parallel park, this is a woman who's lived in Spruce Grove for a very long time, and said that she wasn't aware of any bylaw that required her to parallel park. So my point is, I think we can communicate it at the beginning of next winter, for example, but over a period of time, people will forget. So I think this is a communications item that we should put on the agenda like every fall, so that people can be reminded time after time, because if people get tickets for it or have their driveway aids taken away from them, confiscated, then people will complain and they'll say that, well, I never knew.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration. Driving aids, yes, I will speak on the opposite of Councillor Roth. I do, I understand, and you know, depending on the type of road, I know looking at some cul-de-sacs and such like that in the older neighborhoods, where a lot of times the street sweepers don't even come into the cul-de-sacs, and or, you know, the graders, it's at certain times. And I go back to the question then, if I live on a street that has a sidewalk, and the sidewalk is within the road right away, and administration, the city will then over the years upgrade and maintain those sidewalks within the road right away. When you have a house in a cul-de-sac and it has that front access garage, the first meter or so within that driveway is actually within road right away and is truly city property. So my question then is, at what point then do we also have to look at maintaining those portions of people within our road right away? And you do have people that the bump heading up, you know, the curb heading up into their driveway is so great that they're causing damage to their vehicles. So I am in full support of either a seasonal ban and or looking into a permit. I know myself, I would be willing to apply for a permit and or even pay for a permit just to help save the front end of my vehicles. Or, you know, what is the option for me to be able to get the curb actually fixed such that it's drivable and proper? So I struggle with it, and I think that it's something that the city then has to look at.
Councillor Grolke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration. Yes, I guess the topic of the night will be driveway aids. I struggle to see how a permit would help alleviate what you're creating as a perceived problem with driveway aids. It feels like administration either wants to banish them. I don't understand what the purpose of the permit would be. I don't see the benefit of the permit, so I wouldn't be supportive of that. I feel like people with driveway aids treat them like precious treasures and don't want them swept away and don't want them graded away. So they're very cautious. And I have a couple of residents that have messaged me about this, that they want to know when their street sweeper is coming and they want to know when their grader is coming so that they can move them, so that they're not, because they're a cost and they're something that they utilize all the time, that they want to protect them. And I would be supportive of a seasonal, I hate the word ban, but I guess that's what we're talking about. I don't see the issue that you're trying to portray in the summer and springtime when street sweepers come and have to go around whole vehicles. I can't see a driveway aid being more intrusive than an entire vehicle, which I see street sweepers having to go around all the time. It's not a perfect system. When you're talking about reducing red tape, it's only reducing red tape that we would create by making them get a permit. So I don't see the value there. I would be supportive of a seasonal ban with education, of course. But I think that most people are respectful of when they're in use and want to protect them themselves and would go about it the right way. So that's my 2 cents.
Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to administration. I agree with Councillor Grolke 100% in that the permitting doesn't seem to solve the problem. We may know where they are in theory in a file somewhere, but I don't think that helps Public Works as they manage the city, or the contractors as they manage the city. I too am in favor of a seasonal ban. to me, I can explain to a resident that the snow covering your driveway aid and the clearing of the streets that we need to do in the winter to do the snow plowing, and then the hidden driveway aids, unintentionally, of course, but by the vast amount of snow that will have accumulated, creates problems for the equipment. That I believe I can sell even to residents who may still want their driveway aids. I think the summer one, like Councillor Grilke said, we don't mandate that cars have to be off the roads. There's a lot of things to navigate. And although there may be some concerns that are valid, I don't think they outweigh the concerns that residents have, as Councillor McKenzie pointed out, of their vehicles being damaged over time by having to take, in some cases, some steep bumps. My question is, if we go to a seasonal ban, if that's the consensus of our council, I don't know if it's fair to implement that immediately, because the seasonal ban would, in theory, if I'm understanding it correctly, and we come to a consensus, it would be a ban throughout the winter. Well, we're now into late November. We now have packed snow, and as is pointed out in the document that was shared with us, these things are going to be frozen to the ground, compacted by snow. So one of my concerns is, when is this going to start, and is it a reasonable request to ask residents to remove them at this time before our graders come through, potentially in the next week, along some collector roads, and once or twice throughout the winter in all residential roads. So in supportive of a seasonal ban, I can explain that and justify that to residents in weighing the pros and cons, but I'm worried and concerned about the timing of when that seasonal ban may come into effect, both from the perspective of the city and the equipment that could be damaged and the communication to the residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll lend my support as well. It's not a perfect solution, but I believe as the city goes through residential areas, upgrades our sidewalks to the new standard, which is the low height standard, because my neighborhood in Mill Grove recently had new sidewalks put in. All the neighbors that used to have these driveway aids, they're gone because the sidewalk allows for it. But those that may be living in older neighborhoods with still the high curb, we're asking them now to damage their vehicle, or it's damaging to your body hitting up on a curb to get your car up. So I think in the time being, a seasonal ban would be a good way to go. Eventually when our city's been updated, we're no longer going to need them. The necessity won't be there anymore. So I'd support a look at some type of allowance during the summer months. But can we put some wording in there that in the event that, if we are, because I know we do close off some streets for parking for street sweeping, in some cases, we'll put up signage that they need to be removed in those times. If we're sending them in, they're doing it right to the curb, they have to remove them. But otherwise, I think it's a good middle ground.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just would like a little bit of a clarification from city administration based on Councillor Grilke and Councillor Oldham's comment about the permits and not really seeing a need. I see the great value that I see in the permit is, yes, allowing us to know where they are. However, I think it's more because it can help the city to regulate what types of aids we have. As administration has talked about, some of the aids block debris and they don't allow proper drainage to occur. But some people have homemade wooden ones and that sort of thing. But by having a permit, then it would be easier to then mandate or dictate the type of driving aid that it would be required, or is there a way within the bylaw that we can still specify what would be required, or does the permit give you that extra power, I guess would be my question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was viewed by administration and definitely not recommended this evening that we proceed with permitting. It is an extra layer that we felt would be very difficult to manage, both from an enforcement perspective, from an administrative perspective. And then again, we have trouble, as a city, trying to get people to get permits for large structures, never mind for driving aids. And so it would be very difficult to manage. And for that reason, we're looking to sort of reduce that sort of red tape as was described earlier. In regards to your discussion about the types, currently this draft of the bylaw is stipulating a prohibition. Should the council, and hence my taking a lot of time with this item, as it was a topic of discussion at the committee of the whole meeting, we believe that if there is a seasonal or a wish to go to a seasonal allowance as opposed to ban, it will probably likely be called a seasonal ban within the bylaw. But as we discuss it here this evening, perhaps we'll talk about it as a seasonal allowance. It can then be described or added under the definitions, or there can be further description added as to what types would be included in that approved sort of listing of what a driving aid would be. And so then we can kind of regulate it that way.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarity. And so then just to voice my positive or negative and where I stand, I would completely be in favor of the ban. And I'd said and or the permit, but yeah, I do agree. I don't, if we're able to capture that in the wording of the bylaw to help bylaw to enforce that we're getting proper aids out there, then I wouldn't see the need for the permit either. Thanks for that.
Councillor Grilke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lavasser is trying to keep on the Christmas card list. I really appreciate the positive wording. I just had a question I forgot to ask earlier about section 15.7, the unduly disturb. I remember that we talked about this. I feel like, and I will kind of ask my colleagues for their thoughts on this. I feel like this is a bit overstepping to allow unduly noise to be any time of the day. As somebody who's had noise complaints from my husband's building of a deck, I feel like this again is I use the term again, a bit overarching and a bit overreaching, but maybe you could elaborate again and remind me as to the necessity for this adjustment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe Inspector Adamans is on the line and could provide a bit of a response to that. My understanding, though, is that if there's an excessive noise complaint, it would be investigated by enforcement services, and this allows them to investigate those types of complaints throughout the times of the day. And I believe it also had to do with some shift work as well, etc. But perhaps Inspector Adamans can clarify.
Yeah, and I remember that we talked about it, and I guess the definition of excessive is relative, and that's where I guess my concern lies, but I look forward to your answer, Mr. Adams.
Councillor Grilke, through his worship, the mayor, when we looked at this, unduly disturbed was very subjective with no defined parameters, and that was very problematic when you're trying to enforce something that is extremely subjective and you got to prove the case. So we looked at putting parameters around some of the driving behaviors similar to stunting and so on, which would be captured into some degree under the TSA transfers under the TSA Act, and as a consequence, we were looking at not only on just noise, but also on the driver behavior, which could be better articulated, so that if a resident said, "This is unduly disturbing me," what are the parameters? What did we see? What can we observe? If somebody's screeching a tire, okay, now I've defined it as a specific kind of offense that I could say, here, that is why, as opposed to, are you the only one in a whole neighborhood and that's how long that's happened? So we tried to put parameters around that to better define what that is rather than a very subjective, unduly disturbed. We do have the noise bylaw that's very general. And there are also under the vehicle equipment regulations, which just mirrors as well. So by extending it, previously it was from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And there was a discussion to say, well, we are getting a number of noise complaints throughout the city because of the mufflers, because of their driving, because of the behaviors. And it was just a tool to better define, and to articulate to a resident when they're looking at it to say, yes, it's disturbing me because of these criteria. So that's how it was designed to be written, to better delineate it.
Thank you for that. And again, the reminder that it's a traffic bylaw, not just a noise bylaw. And I was kind of funneling in on noise, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Perhaps we had Inspector Adamits on. I could ask a question that was confusing me as I read this. And it's on a definition, but then I went to the provincial act and it's the same definition, but it's dealing with the off-highway vehicle definition. Because when I read it, it's saying any vehicle built for cross-country travel, land, water, and it's including like motorcycles and any other means of transportation. So I'm thinking, well, geez, that's pretty much anything. But I think it's probably like primarily designed as an off-highway vehicle. So my truck could be an off-highway vehicle. I've done it off-highway vehicle, but I guess it's just a definition. I know previously in our old bylaw, we just referenced the Traffic Safety Act and said whatever they define it as. But then I just went in and looked, and I think that we just pulled their same definition. So I don't know, it was confusing for me. I don't know if anyone else thought it was confusing. Maybe change it instead of built for cross country is designed for cross country. Because when you list motorcycles and other two-wheel vehicles, well, there's a lot of motorcycles. I'm thinking you're talking dirt bikes and other items. So it was just a confusion. I just wanted to bring that up. I don't know. Just finicky on the definition. But I do have a question for Mr. Levasseur, perhaps. And I know it's under the parking section 41A. And it's dealing with our fire hydrants and the 5-meter separation. So nothing's changing there. But one thing I've noticed is the city, we no longer paint the curbs to delineate that 5 meters. Previously I have one right in front of my house. And when they redo the curbs, I never got new paint. But because there's no paint, I think residents think that if it's not painted, I can park there. So was this just a service change that we did no longer paint any curbs with hydrants or any other parking restrictions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess it would depend on the locations, but specifically not to pick on fire hydrants, but other areas. So if we're making, or if there's a decision to reduce the parking per se, an example was Prescott School, where there was a reduction in parking to help improve some of the sight lines. Then there was some paint added in those specific instances. In regards to painting along fire hydrants, I don't believe it's a practice of ours any longer to keep up with that level of service. And so it does have to revert back to the bylaw as opposed to what's physically on the ground.
All right, so maybe another thing we need to educate along with everything else, just to remind people. Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just, Mr. Levasseur, just on a little bit of the feedback from council, I'm going to go back to the driveway aids. I'm just going to throw an option out there. Would there be an opportunity to look at a community standard where, for example, the city could provide a $150 rebate for people to take that rolled curb down about a foot in from the edge of the road and make a little bit of a better transition? I know it wouldn't be a whole lot. It might be a contractor could have an opportunity to go and maybe do 30 or 40 of these in the summertime, but the fact of like rolled curbs, I know I used to have one before I put my driveway in, and it kind of wears and tears on your suspension and people that have these low rider vehicles. But would there be any option maybe even to think about or consider a $150 rebate to a resident that would want to do a rolled curb of some type? I know in Millgrove, and I know in and around different other areas of Millgrove, when we come in and do the curb and gutter, like there's a big push for the residents. They do the first 4 feet of their driveway, and they all work together. But in some of the older neighborhoods where we say to people, look, we're not going to be allowing these in the winter anymore because of obvious reasons, because of snow clearing equipment. But here's an option for you to consider under the Spruce Grove rebate program. Would there be any consideration for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it could be something that we could explore, but it would have to be a contractor in place to do sort of that seasonal work. My only caution would be that when engineering goes in, as an example, and replaces the underground infrastructure and redoes the pavement work, etc., it isn't simply replacing the panel for panel, as an example. They have to take into account all of the drainage as well and fixing any low spots. So if there's a bunch of these small sort of, I'll call it patchwork fixes, they may be more difficult to incorporate into the larger fix over time.
Okay, thank you. I know when I was thinking of it, I was thinking it might be even problematic where you have a sidewalk adjoining, like some residents that have sidewalks that are in front of a cul-de-sac or something like that. It might be a little bit problematic. The one thing that I have noticed when I ride my bike around the city a lot, and I see 2x6s on the roads. I see people pouring concrete and they put a little pipe under there in the concrete poured. I've seen that on Windermere Drive. I don't know if it's there anymore. And then I see the rubber rolled curbs that people can purchase, which are great. And I don't think it'd be a problem, to have those in the summertime. But I guess in regards to an important item, because I know, and I've seen it happen. I saw it in Harvest Ridge. I saw it in Deer Park, where our snow blowers gulp those in. It breaks a shear pin on that pin. And we had 10 to 15 trucks sitting there at $150 an hour. It costs you $5,000 in delay just by that one incident. So this seasonal ban, I'm for it, but I think yes, it might be a little short notice or whatever, but I think we need to get the information out there that we need these off the roads, sooner than later. I think we can get a good communication out there, and and what the heck, I think when we're going into the neighborhoods, because already we're a little bit behind the 8 ball because, we're getting some snowpack on some of the roads. But anyway, I think, I think we've kind of landed a little bit on, allowing that in the summertime, and then also, but making sure that these things are no longer out there in the winter months. But with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I might just add, prior to considering second reading, if that's sort of the major change or point that council would like to see, my recommendation would be that council proceed with second reading and we finalize the draft for the third reading.
Third reading, perfect.
And to Councillor Oldham's point as well, I neglected to address that, would we expect it right away? Well, we would expect it at the time that the bylaw was in effect, and then allowing for some communication rollout as well. And maybe we'll get a nice January or something, and if there's a few stragglers, we could still get them off the road. So
that's great.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much. And I also think maybe it might be an opportunity for us, if we do implement this, we have a lot of people that before we go into the neighborhoods and do a cursory review of, that these things are identified in advance of the equipment coming in as well, just to make sure that we don't go.
Yeah, they do hide. Yeah.
Councillor Acker, you had another one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's more on an enforcement side, and it's dealing with the new 48-hour rule of moving your recreation vehicle after the 72 hours. I just wonder, in my mind, when I was thinking about this, well, sure, instead of moving it a foot like I've done in the past to get by the bylaw, I'll just tow it around to the other neighbor, around the corner of my neighborhood, drop it off there. It's away from my house. I'll come home. So is enforcement services going to be, if they come and they recognize it's been there over 72 hours, give them the warning or the fine, are they going to drive back and check around the neighborhood? Because I could see that people that don't have a storage facility, that's a commercial place to take their vehicle, I think they're just going to say, well, I'll just move it. So is that going to be a concern from enforcement side of dealing with that? Or is that something you're just going to keep your eyes open? If they're just moving around the corner after warning, you're going to go knock on their door and say, I have your plate. So.
Well, the intent was for the bylaw was the fact of moving it 6 inches or a foot. And we heard loud and clear from residents from enforcement that says it's blocking my view, it's an eyesore, and it's not moving it. So we were, and also some of these motorhomes, trailers, RVs were at such size that, if they can afford, sorry to put it that way, but if they have a trailer, they should have a site to store it in, particularly in the winter or so on. So moving it 48 hours, around the block, our primary concern that it actually moves. But to say that a person cannot get ticketed because they drove it around the corner, I can't say definitely no, but the intent was actually move it away from the eyesore of where it is. That's the main point of it.
Fantastic. I like that intent, and I think it'll make a lot of residents happy. And hopefully our RV community that utilizes them can work within that. I think most 90% are probably fantastic. There's always that 1 to 5 to 10% that just not want to follow the rules. So appreciate it.
Some things take a long time in the making. I think this one has been on our agenda for 9 years to solve this issue in regards to RVs parking in streets for over 72-hour period. Okay, I don't see any of the other further questions or comments. Maybe a few small tweaks in regards to third reading, particularly on some of those items. Mr. Levasseur, thank you very much for that. I don't see anything else. So with that, I'll call the question on the motion for second reading. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Could I get a motion, please, for 10D, the open space area bylaw? Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that second reading be given to bylaw C-1061-18 open space area bylaw.
Okay, Mr. Fazer, could you please introduce this item?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm very happy to be here tonight to present an updated open space area bylaw for second reading. Much like the presentation that we conducted to Committee of the Whole back in October and this evening's traffic bylaw presentation, we would like to present a brief, succinct verbal presentation to council, then answer any questions that they may have. For this evening's presentation, I would like to provide a kind of a quick recap of the significant changes that are proposed in the updated bylaw. And these are the changes that were discussed at the October Committee of the Whole meeting. I'll then close the presentation with a summary of the feedback that we received at that meeting and how it was incorporated into the bylaw. Tonight we have the balance of the team that worked on the bylaw online with us. So after the formal presentation, if council does have any specific questions from the subject matter experts, they're available to answer them this evening. As for some of the significant changes, the biggest change that we made to the open space bylaw was the creation of a open space permit. The open space permit is designed to be the approval for any use or activity on an open space area that is regulated. The city manager will ultimately retain authority, but the day-to-day application of that process would be delegated to the Recreation Department. This simple step would establish that clear line of sight decision making and would result in a smoother process for our residents. We also expanded the definition of open space in the revised bylaw. It now includes stormwater management facilities, the exterior of city facilities that are available to the public, includes all the trails, public utility lots, and this is in addition to the spaces typically considered open space areas, such as parks, sports fields, playgrounds, and whatnot. The intent of this change is to ensure consistent rules and clarity for the public, regardless of which actual type of open space that they may be in or using. We did add a section on loitering as a tool to allow our peace officers to approach individuals to determine the reasons and intentions for being in an open space area. We also added a section on developments. This formalizes a process that has administratively been in place for a number of years. The intent of the development clauses is to add a simple approving mechanism for third-party developments in open space areas. And ultimately, or I guess to simplify it, the first step of a development in an open space area starts with a conversation with the Recreation Department. Staff there will then assist the applicant and work through the logistics and the other city departments on that development. We have removed a couple of sections from the open space bylaw. Both the smoking and parking sections have been removed as these activities are regulated in other city bylaws. And the proposed open space bylaw does restrict public access on the stormwater and ice on stormwater management facilities. And this restriction is for public health and safety reasons. And the last substantial change that we made was around events. Within the open space bylaw, there is a mechanism to approve or deny events or to place certain conditions on events in order for them to proceed. And it did clarify that the city manager has the authority to cancel any events if needed. After the October Committee of the Whole meeting, we made a few additional changes based on the feedback that we received. First, we clarified the exemption clauses in the bylaw to make it clear that school division staff are only exempt from when they're performing repair and maintenance type activities on an open space area associated with a school. Council may recall the original wording was a little vague, and it could be interpreted that any employee of a school division would have been exempt from the bylaw in any open space area. That was obviously not the intent, so we did take steps to correct that. We also made changes to the definition of a pathway user. This change was made to include some of the alternative devices that are available now or that may be in the future. During the committee meeting, items like motorized skateboards or hoverboards and scooters and whatnot came up, questioning as to whether they'd be permitted on trails. So we took a more inclusive approach to the definition of a pathway user and included the phrase or similar device, very similar to what was done in the traffic bylaw. And the intent is to capture that multitude of devices that may be out there, either now or in the future, that people would use in our trails. So these devices would be allowed on our trail system. The final change that we made based on the feedback we received was around the definition of power bicycle. And we did, again, a similar approach to what was done on the traffic bylaw. And what we did was we used the definition already contained in the motor vehicle safety regulations. And by adding the definition of the power bicycle, it allows us to distinguish between the ride sharing services, such as e-bikes and e-scooters, that may have a whole different set of needs and requirements, to a power bicycle, which is available to the public to use now. So these power bicycles are considered a pathway user and would be allowed on our trail system. A final point, administration also reviewed clause 11.6 of the bylaw. This is the clause that related to the need to leave an open space area when directed. It has been determined after the review that a peace officer has an inherent responsibility to inform an individual of the reason for an enforcement action. So this is a procedural requirement related to enforcement and not a requirement for any specific clauses or wording. So because of this, we did not make any changes in this case to that clause. So this ends my formal presentation. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have. And just as a reminder, we do have the other team members if you do have subject matter specific questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I'm happy with the changes that have been made since our committee meeting. I got a couple of questions. I'd like some input. Under number 7, admissions, we talk about not entering the premise of an open space area, and it's prohibited either by a sign or by our website. Now, in my mind, I think we need to have a sign, because people aren't going to be on the website. They're going to walk by if it's Jubilee Park or another open space area. I think you need to have a physical sign for those that are coming to a facility that's open space, and to understand that it's either dangerous for them to go in, the city has ordered it to be closed for whatever reason. But I'm concerned with the or in there. I'd worry that we just rely on social media, we rely on Facebook to tell people they're not allowed in there. People are walking down, they go through the park with their spouse or their dog, and then bylaws in there. I know that bylaw would most likely just educate them, let them know that it's been closed, and that's great. But I think if we had a sign, we could eliminate that need to have our enforcement services around at all the parks, keeping their eyes out just to ensure safety. So is there a reason why we have an or rather than an and?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am unsure of a reason. Inspector Adamants, did you care to comment on that one, please?
I can't comment on that. I would agree with the statement. With that, Councillor Acker stated, it's better to have it visible and present for everybody to see, and not simply on the media. I can't comment on why it is an or.
Mr. Wolansky, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Acker, the only thing that I might suggest as a reason for an or is that we may not be able to get signage up right when we want it, when there might be a closure. So that gives us the option of providing and then getting signage if need be. It gives us that flexibility, because if we're not able to close something or have something prohibited and have to get a sign up, then that might not be, the timing of that might not mesh. So that's, we would endeavor to do it in all instances, but just gives us that flexibility. That may be one reason.
Mr. Fazer wants to weigh in too.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Wolansky triggered my memory on this one. The reason that we have the or for online notification is that's the practice that we have established with our minor sports users. So when baseball diamonds or soccer pitches are closed, staff don't go out and put a notice on saying they're closed. We update the rain out hotline and the website and whatnot to inform the users that way. So that's the reason for that.
And I appreciate that with organized sport and organizations, but as residents, they just walk into their neighborhood green space and want to access it. So I'm happy to hear that the preference is going to be signage, but I'm still uncomfortable with, in our bylaw, just having the or. I'd rather have something a little stronger that we intend to, in the period between announcing it and getting to it, there could be that opportunity, but I'll leave that with my colleagues to discuss. It's a concern for me. I think it's better to be visible and upfront, especially at the location, than to rely on social media. And we get criticized about that for those that don't take part in that. A second question, I wondered under section 12, we talk about firearms, and firearms are not allowed in open spaces unless they have a permit. Why would we give a permit to someone to have a firearm in our open space? I can't understand when we might want to do that in the city of Spruce Grove.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The definition of a firearm includes items such as slingshots, airsoft. So there could be times during a special event such as Canada Day or whatnot, where there could be some kind of activity. So it's the definition is more than just what a typical person would consider a firearm. I think the possibility of somebody getting a permit to actually take a gun out to Jubilee Park, it would be non-existent in my mind.
Gotcha. I didn't look back at the definitions. I'm sure a lot of our residents won't look back at our definitions. That's usually the trouble we get into with bylaws, is we clarify it, but people skip through that to get to the section they're worried about. But no, it makes sense. I got a question about this new open space permitting. And first question off my mind is, what's this going to cost a person, a family, an organization, a company? And what exemptions would be there in your mind for those that wouldn't have to pay? I know it's in our bylaw that a charge may be levied, or it could be no charge. I'm just trying to get an understanding of the cost of the permit and who would be exempt.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the open space permit, as I mentioned in the presentation, that's the formal permission. And it's a permission for any regulated use. So it could be a typical baseball diamond contract, for example, and the typical rental fees would apply for that. So whatever those fees are set at, that would be what the fee is. At this point, we're not looking at having any additional fee for any of the other permits, but we wanted the ability to that in the future, depending on what the use is. Some permits may have a fee. There may be a desire to have some form of a cost recovery, depending on what the use is and whatnot. So it's building in that ability to do it in the future, but there is no intent at this time to have a fee for those types of permits. Does that answer the question?
Great answer. Fantastic. Yeah, and I can imagine if there was an event that needed Public Works to bring in, sawhorses, there could be a charge to recoup some of that cost. That makes sense. So you kind of led into it on your answer. So it talks about organized sports will require a permit, and I assume they already have a process of paying for fields. Is this going to add any new burdens on them, or is it just going to seamlessly tie into how they already book fields or green space?
My vision for the organized sports would be the user will not know a difference. Our booking software, for example, when we actually get our software, we had to change everything from permits to rental contracts because everything was set up for a permitting system. So my plan is that the end user should not see a difference at all.
Perfect. That's all my questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Oldham.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Through you to administration. I was looking this weekend at public gatherings under the fees and fines in this section. And under public gatherings, can you help me understand what would determine a public gathering and what might not determine a public gathering? Simple things from birthday parties to, if we get to a point in this pandemic where we can meet in bigger groups outside, that's going to be more of a thing maybe in the spring where soccer teams may want to have a party at Jubilee Park. Assuming that those things are happening, there's going to be a push this spring and summer away from indoor parties and indoor events to outdoor events for everything from, like I said, a birthday party to maybe slightly larger gatherings. So where do we get into gatherings that would require permission or permits to take part?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The intent of regulating gatherings through a permitting system and whatnot is if we have events where they start to negatively impact the occasional park user, the spontaneous use, or that would have a negative impact on the greater community or on the assets and the infrastructure in the park, those are the types of gatherings that we would want to have a little bit more, I don't want to say control over, but more so know that they're happening kind of thing. Because it's happened quite a few times where we may end up with a great event, but it's actually just in the wrong park. Where if the event organizer kind of came to us and talked to the recreation team, we might have been able to redirect them to a better area that would have less impact on other users and whatnot. So that's kind of the intent of it. We would never get into the business of wanting to, have a kid's birthday party at the park, be regulated or anything like that, because that's the purpose of the parks, are those family and individual type gatherings. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that really helps. I'll give you an example of one in the past, and I wonder if this is the kind of an event that you would want kind of notice and permission for, is like a big soccer windup. When my kids played soccer when they were younger, the season-ending party would be at Living Waters, and they would get the inflatables and have the hot dogs and all those kind of things. Is that the kind of thing that you would want permission for now? And to be honest, I don't know. Is this a change from the expectations from previous years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a great example. And yes, those are the types of activities that we would want to know about. And a great example is, you mentioned there's, bouncy castles. Well, there could be some requirements for those types of things, or the hot dog stand might have a food permit implication and whatnot. And as far as this is something new, no, this is something that we've been trying to help our community with for, I'm going to say, probably the last 4 or 5 years. It is on our website as far as our park use guidelines and whatnot, that when organizers are planning those types of activities, to get a hold of us, and we can provide them with the accurate information as to what they can do to put on an event like that successfully.
Great, that's good information to have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mayor Houston. A couple of questions for clarification. And this, I may have missed this in the wording for the bylaw, but what constitutes a nuisance? Because nuisance is referenced as an offense in the bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if Inspector Adamants, would you care to take a shot at that one?
Nuisance in simplest terms would be I'll use a criminal code definition, but disturbing the lawful use and enjoyment of property. So if others are being disturbed by the use of the park, then you're a nuisance to others.
Okay, thank you for that. And the second question is, we do have, I'm sure we have some homeless people who use our parks. And I noticed that there is a, for camping, for setting up a camp of some kind. And I noticed that there's a, I believe it was a $250 fine. So what happens when there's a complaint or a bylaw officer notices that a homeless person has established a camp structure of some kind in a park? What does the bylaw officer do? And is the individual, the offending individual, going to be issued a ticket that he or she probably is unable to pay?
The option is there, but to date, I am not aware of any ticket being issued. The process is to be kind, compassionate, and also dealing with the safety of the public, as well as providing them assistance. Ideally, we would want to have no homeless people and have housing provided in some way. However, we cannot allow them to stay in the area. So when we go there, we give them a notice, we speak to them and say, you will have to move. You have a certain period of time to move, which is usually 24 hours. If it's a larger camp, 48 hours, or if it's very in the public and it's very visible, they would have to move immediately. So we provide them with resources. We even escort them to FCSS as well as to other organizations to provide them the support they need. They're given time to move and they pack up and move. Then if they don't, after that period of time, the camp is cleaned up. A work order is sent out and the camp is cleaned up. And the materials are discarded. Anything that is deemed of personal value is held as found property until such time that it's claimed and then thrown out. So we are well aware that the homeless individuals who are homeless do not have that opportunity in many instances to pay for the fine. So we work with them and we try to get them off the street, so to speak, and also to remediate that area as best as possible.
Okay, thank you for that, Inspector Adam. That's a longer answer than the scope of my question. I do appreciate the extra information. I'm really glad to hear that such a situation would be handled compassionately. So thank you for your response.
Just have to unmute myself. Just a question to administration, and maybe this is going to flow into the road safety committee group and stuff, but pathways, section 17, we talked about the evolving pathway use. And I know a lot of our pathways go along our collector roads and arterial roadways and such. And just wondering if there's an appetite for the city to consider, it may be a maintenance issue, I don't know, but painting a bike and a pedestrian on that path, because we're getting, when people, it's a shared pathway. Some people think it's just a walking trail, and just the opportunity to show this evolving pathway where the city allows is permissible, until such a time on our arterials that we get a bike lane, that these pathways are identified. This doesn't affect the bylaw or anything else, but it talks about, I just noticed it with the evolving pathways and stuff, and I see that in a number of other municipalities that have that designation. So just throw that out there. Don't have to respond. Thank you. All right, I think that concludes the conversation for second reading. And with that, seeing nothing further, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Moving on to our fees and charges bylaw. Could I get a motion, please, for Tanny? Councillor Stevenson.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that second reading be given to bylaw C-1129-20, 2021 fees and bylaws charges.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Frostad.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council has in front of them a second reading for the fees and charges bylaw related to charges that were discussed during the corporate plan process. There are increases included for utility rates. As previously discussed, it's a 2% increase. And there's several items that fall under the utility, including supply of water service and so on. There are also some other changes within the bylaw that are explained. The city has a new contract with Parkland County to provide a transit service, so there is a monthly fee included for that. The notice for penalties of late payment on the utility bills are going to appear there instead of in separate documents, so we've amended the bylaw to reflect that. We've removed the Schedule A RCMP fees because these services are being provided by the town of Stony Plain at this time, and then the city is subsequently billed for them. And finally, we have changed the snow dumping definition updates to reflect that the fees have been changed, simplifying the pricing structure, as 99% of trucks hauling snow fall into the tandem or end dump category. So I will entertain questions that council may have at this time, reflecting these costs that were, as I said, previously discussed during the corporate plan.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Frostad. Before I entertain any questions, I just wanted to update council. I know in the preamble to the proposed motion, the Regional Wastewater Commission has advised they're proposing a 2021 rate increase, about a 10% rate increase on the wastewater. And I want you to know that as a board, we are looking to blend that to minimize that a bit. We felt it was maybe just this hasn't been decided, but we're looking at trying to reduce those rates and blending them over a little bit longer period of time. So I just wanted to update you that I don't think that's actually included in it, but it's that they are proposing it. So it was just more, I think the preamble is a heads up to that, but I think we'll do a little more work at the board level on trying to reduce the impact to our citizens based on all the other things we're doing. Okay. Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just further to your question, to administration, would there be a change at some point on the utility rate if those costs don't come in? If the Water Commission and the Wastewater Commission come in with less than anticipated increases? Or is this still something and we could adjust it in future years if need be?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Acker, the rate does get revisited every year. So if this rate is passed at the third reading in December, it would take effect January 1st and would be the rate for 2021. However, if the actual commodity rate is lower coming from the Wastewater Commission, what that would do is put more money into the utility fund coffers, which is your life cycling for the utility. So in the following years, there'd be less requirement for that piece of the rate setting. So it all stays within the utility as it is self-funding. So if the rate ends up slightly too high this year, it would be lowered next year in reflection of that.
Stabilizes across multiple years.
Yes.
Perfect. I got one question, and one thing I don't see in here. Has the administration ever looked at any type of incentive to encourage our residents to do online monthly auto payments of utility fees? Because, even when we went through the COVID and the numbers were coming in, it seems like we don't have a huge amount of sign up for our online auto payment. Have we looked at any type of incentive program to encourage that? Because it must make it a lot easier on administration. And
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Acker, the incentive, I guess, is that if people are on the monthly withdrawal program, they would not be in danger of being charged a penalty. So that's the incentive in and of itself. You're correct that we do have a low uptake on that, although during the COVID penalty deferral program, when we were speaking with our residents, we did get an increase in the number of people willing to be on the monthly program. As we continue to increase our online services, we anticipate that we will have a greater interest in programs such as this. It is something that our staff attempts to discuss with residents on a regular basis. but we have not built in an incentive to do it at this point, other than the fact that the penalty is avoided by going on that program.
Okay, I appreciate that. Is there the opportunity for residents to sign up for just electronic bills and not receive a paper copy?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Acker, yes, there is. They can receive an email bill, and we do have a number of residents that take advantage of that, but again, it could be further enhanced.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, whoops, there's mine. Thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to get into our business items under the 2021 to 2023 recommended corporate plan. So we'll be back at quarter after. Thank you very much, everyone. So I'll call a short recess. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Could I get a motion, please, for 11A? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that the 2021 to 2023 corporate plan be adopted and that the 2021 budget be approved with operating revenues of 87,869, operating expenses of 85,952,065, and capital revenues of 25,545,451. Capital expenses of 34,716,320, and an overall net transfer from reserves of 7,253,934.
Okay, there's one more last little sentence on there. I don't know if that's part of the motion. Don't think it is. Okay. All right, Mr. Wolanski, the corporate plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, and to members of the public as well. It's my pleasure to present the 2021 to 2023 corporate plan for Council's consideration. This has followed, obviously, a number of days several weeks ago, and a lot of work leading up to those days as well in presenting this to you this evening. And incorporating, again, the discussion and feedback from Council during those deliberations. We do have a team that will be presenting various parts of this this evening, but I'm going to start things off, and just if we could have the next slide, please. So just to go over a brief overview, what we're going to talk about this evening with you. We're going to talk a little bit for yourselves, and again, this is also for the public about how we got here and what's our overview of 2020, our current environment, and some of the things we've done that is a little bit new in terms of our corporate plan and budget. We're going to reiterate what we heard during our deliberations, not only from the expense side, but also revenue discussions, talk a little bit about fiscal sustainability, and then as well, what are the overall impacts in 2021. And then we'll also talk a little bit about some of our looking forward policy considerations of other things that we've heard. Next slide, please. So, how we got here. Obviously, we want to talk a little bit about not only right now, but also leading up to 2020 and how we got to this point in time. If you recall, during the deliberations, we talked a little bit about even going back to 2015, where we developed a project called 40X, an initiative where we it was called 4 Disciplines of Execution, where we looked at finding efficiencies in our the financial components of our operations, either one-time savings or efficiencies. We then, as we started to see some growth and slow down, we looked at some budget reductions and then more efficiency reviews in 2018. In 2019, last year, we put a freeze on any projects that hadn't yet started. And then we put forward very few and only necessary initiatives going into 2020. And this was, again, prior to any COVID discussion. So we worked really hard at trying to make ourselves as lean as possible and look for efficiencies, knowing that we had some financial challenges on the horizon. Our outlook for 2021. There is we're looking at, and this is from the ATB Fall 2020 Outlook, is that we're looking at about a 7% retraction in 2020, with hopefully a 3.3% growth in 2021. So a slow recovery from the impacts of 2020 and before. We have assumed our MSI levels for 2021 being consistent to what we know. But we have heard some overtures that that may be something that is considered to be decreased or at least be reviewed by the province. We have looked at some chamber data, vacancy data, and that a lot of that came from, if you recall, from the recovery presentation that we had earlier. So that's been part of our outlook and looking at 2021. We did implement a hiring freeze unless in areas deemed essential by the city. Example would be fire. And we'll talk more about this later on, but no net new full-time equivalent employees in 2020 or contemplated in 2021. And all recruitment, even under the essential category, is currently going through CLT for approval to verify whether it is essential, needed, or alternatives have been explored for further efficiencies in the organization or in that specific department. No market adjustments to any job family in the organization, and there's upwards of 29, I think, were made in 2020. In 2020, merit was lowered in terms of percentage and provided for only half of the year. But into 2021, there's been no market adjustment to any job family and no merit or quote movement through the range included for 2021. The city is shifting out of a period of high growth and then certainly an expenditures on new infrastructure. That is not to say that we won't be looking at new infrastructure, but we're now shifting to focus a little bit on maintaining our existing resources and investments. When we look at fiscal sustainability, we know that there are challenging decisions that we've had to make and will need to be made within not only this year's budget and beyond, but the appropriate financial resources will need to be built over the next few years to fund future infrastructure needs. We need to plan and use our resources strategically. And then again, while the city has encountered challenges this year, we also have a great opportunity with the new corporate plan and a budgeting process to be not only more open and transparent, but also strategic in how we allocate those resources that we have. Opportunities, Reframe 2020 was an initiative where city staff, and is an initiative where city staff work collaboratively to share ideas, identify what some of our strengths were, and opportunities and ways to enhance our service delivery to residents of Spruce Grove. Increased collaboration across departments. This became a much higher focused organizational approach. And then staff making processes more efficient and effective where possible. And this really helped us in response to COVID-19 because we had started this in late fall of 2019 and into 2020. So it enabled us to be really agile in response to COVID-19, and it set the frame for not only our response there, but also for the current corporate plan. COVID-19 has had a significant impact on us, but if there's a good thing that comes out of it is that it has made us as lean as possible. We've looked for and we've found efficiencies and opportunities for service delivery that might not have existed before. And we would say that we are extremely lean, and that finding more dollars means reviewing program delivery and service levels and removing or reducing, other things. So that's sort of the overview of our 2020 and looking ahead to 2021 and some of the opportunities and challenges we've had. And now I'll turn it over to, I believe, Mrs. Beaujay to take on the next portion of this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Wolanski. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. So, as was discussed during your Committee of Whole deliberations, administration has evolved the corporate plan and budget processes for 2021. And as Mr. Wolanski pointed out, Reframe, COVID-19, and the city's current financial position has informed this evolution and the product and the resulting materials you have before you this evening. Additionally, The opportunity to engage council in retreats and fiscal education sessions were highly instrumental to this process. It is administration's intention to continue to improve upon these processes we have built over this past year by bringing forward strategic issues for deliberations and direction, while administration continues to address those operational aspects. And you will see a foreshadowing of those intentions towards the latter part of this presentation this evening. Next slide, please. So as discussed at the Committee of the Whole deliberations, a big approach that made up the corporate plan for 2021 were the 3 strategic portfolios that were built out from planning discussions within the top 2 leadership levels of the organization, both the corporate leadership team and the organizational leadership group, which are the department directors. These portfolios were designed to scale up the work of the organization and to focus in more crisply what are the intentions of the organization, particularly in the line of sight of Council's strategic plan. Business cases, in principle, move us to a holistic approach that considers interdependencies, risks, outcomes, and the multi-year costs to support a more effective long-term planning approach. The alignment of business cases, investments, core programs, and services along the strategic portfolios ensures we are achieving the overall goals of the city's strategic plan. In the corporate plan, you will see upwards of 29 business cases with short summaries. Examples of where the business cases fit within these strategic portfolios are just a sampling here for you. Under our investing in growth and prosperity, we have business cases such as the industrial land strategy implementation, the fiber optic broadband strategy, the climate change action plan. Under investing in our interconnectivity, we have things like the city center area redevelopment plan, the transportation network efforts, and community inclusion. And under investing in our service supports, we have business cases such as the business process mapping work, with delivery of technology services, and the implementation of electronic meeting management, which is translation council chamber upgrades. When we think about how these connect, the investing in our service supports portfolio was identified as a key customer service experience, but it became even more critical from our immediate and profound learnings we had as the pandemic hit us in the spring and we went into essential services mode. So this is an example of how the business cases were able to respond to the learnings of the pandemic as well as our environment we find ourselves in. Next slide, please. So now we're going to review at a high level the insight and perspective we heard from you as council during your deliberations at the earlier part of this month. Next. If you will recall, when we had presented the information for council's deliberations, we had bucketed the discussions into the expense categories and revenue categories with some specific questions for feedback. And so we'll now walk through at a high level what that feedback looks like under these 5 categories under the expenses and the 2 categories under revenues. Next slide, please. So we highlight these specific direction pieces coming from council because there was very pointed feedback that we received during the discussion. In particular, council remuneration. Council made it very clear that they wish to continue on with the decision that they had made earlier in the spring with respect to base salaries remaining at that 2019 level. You also provided administration feedback with respect to the city center area redevelopment plan. And you discussed the challenges that administration surfaced proceeding with that plan as is, and the implications it could mean with other neighborhood renewal projects. On the transportation network, you had a robust discussion around additionalities such as the boundary road consideration. But when you looked at the trade-offs around other cost considerations, you determined that the boundary road would stand outside the 21-23 plan and be revisited down the road. When we were going through the business cases that were going to be reevaluated during the 22 timeframe, You observed that the high load corridor study work was something that you felt should be surfaced and done in 2021 as part of the economic development drive in response to what is happening economically in the region. So that was pulled forward to be funded by some of the operational support funding received from the province. And lastly, on the Arena Complex project, you encouraged administration to bring forward discussion aspects around this particular project as administration prepares for spring budget adjustment later this spring in 21. Next slide, please. So in the 29 business cases that council reviewed at a high level, one overarching piece of feedback that you did provide was that while you appreciated the succinctness perhaps that the business cases offered, you were looking for a bit more detail. And so administration took that back in and from a framing perspective, attempted to fill out more of what that business case would entail and focus in particular on what outcomes would council and members of the public in the municipality observe from that business case effort. Financially, all the business cases were evaluated and decisions were made along the categories that you see listed in front of you in that first bullet on the slide. And the business cases continue to be presented in pages 20 to 24 in the corporate plan, demonstrating that. There was also 3 emerging pressures that were identified leading up to council's deliberations on the budget. One of those in particular was the Spruce Grove Library in terms of addressing some of their COVID-related needs. And so that was determined as a one-time addition for Spruce Grove Library, as well as during deliberations, the material came out of Edmonton Global with respect to seeking additional funding there to support economic development activities in the region, and as well as for the funding for the Spruce Ridge deficiency piece of work. These 3 projects were all funded out of the operational stimulus support funding that we received. There were many other business cases that were also sourced from that municipal operating support transfer. And it is critical that we observe that that support transfer funding was what made our operational budget whole for the 2021 year. We also received capital stimulus program funding for the broadband business case. And we also were able to reallocate funds from the Investing in Canada infrastructure program. And that program is funding both the council chamber upgrade, the audiovisual meeting software work, and additionally, some facility renovations to address COVID-19 impacts. And I would like to just flag that latter point with respect to the facility renovations, as it came to our attention that our business case table with respect to the infrastructure funding does not have that delineated. That particular project around the facilities renovations for COVID-19 response is in the fiscal plan itself, but we had neglected to delineate that in the business case table, which we will be rectifying on the final version of the corporate plan. So I will stop there and now turn it over to Ms. Frostad.
Thank you, Mrs. Bourget. So there were a number of life cycle projects that were not funded within the business cases that were brought to council's attention during the corporate plan deliberation as a funding group that needed to be funded. And those amounted to $5.8 million. There was also the requirement for building life cycle reserves and beginning to fund those life cycle reserves through the ongoing funding source. So if I could move on to the next slide. The assumptions that we went into with reserve funds is that they would be built up over a 10-year time frame, and that the funding requirements would be based on our asset management planning efforts, of which we've spoken with council briefly prior to this, but we anticipate coming back in the spring with further detail. And Another assumption was that the annual flow of funds into reserves would smooth the budgeting needs and the effect on the tax base. And we wanted to emphasize that the transfers require targeted ongoing funding. So ongoing sources of funding mean that funds would flow into reserves and out again for maintenance of assets. One-time funding of reserves can build up the reserve, but then once spent are gone. So reserves need to have a sustainable funding pattern. And when we take the long-term view, we develop an annual transfer amount that smooths out the requirements and ensures that there are adequate funds in the long term. And over time, the municipality needs to develop funding at this level within the operating budget. Next slide. So one of the revenue discussions that we had during the budget deliberation was a dedicated tax stream for the purpose of life cycling. The city required, with the current asks, 5.755 million in an annual transfer to fund the life cycle program. And the recommended corporate plan implements a 5-year dedicated tax stream for life cycling. And the council's direction was that the tax increase would be 1% in 2021 dedicated to life cycling. So the 1% increase to the taxpayer of a median assessed house of $360,800 would be $1.90 per month or $22.80 annually and would yield $410,917 in revenue to the municipality. Just as a reminder, as Mr. Wolanski alluded to earlier, last year's proposed tax increase was 3.9%, which was removed due to COVID down to 0%. So the 1% put in this budget is still much lower than the previous approved budget. And this dedicated tax stream for life cycling would follow the principle of transparency and openness to our public to let them know how we are going about funding the maintenance and ongoing care of our assets. Following slide. So this slide shows how the dedicated revenue from the 1% increase for 5 years would build capacity in transfers of 2.09 million by the 5th year that would then remain in our budget as a sustainable funding source. So 2.09 of the 5.755 requirement could be built with the dedicated 1% increase. Following slide. The other revenue stream that we presented to council as an option was a shift in the property tax rate split between residential and non-residential taxpayers. This shift complies with the equity principle under our sustainability framework. So the recommended corporate plan implements a 7-year property tax rate split shift. And the amount that we're shifting in 21 is 0.025. And then over the balance of the 6 years, we would shift on average 0.0545, which would then bring us to the average of the municipalities that were considered in the conversation that we had. In 21, this will yield new revenue of 206,000. And then approximately in the following years, about 451,000. So at the end of the 7 years, this particular strategy would yield an additional 2.9 million dedicated to the life cycle costs. So 2.9 million of the required need of 5.755. This would cost the ratepayers $17 per 100,000 of assessment in year 1, and then approximately $35 per 100,000 in the final 6 years. And again, this follows the fiscal principle of equity. So if we look at the following slide, we will see that this shows the amount of build over the 7 years to 2.9 million into that budget requirement for life cycling. And I'll transfer now to Mr. Wolanski.
Thank you, Ms. Frostad. So what does this mean? So next slide, please. So we wanted to provide a real clear snapshot of the main fiscal impacts in 2021. As we had indicated earlier, no salary or merit increases for non-union staff. We are currently entering negotiations with our unions, but for certainly now the budget has been built as no salary and merit increases for non-union staff. No net new full-time equivalents in the city for 2021. As indicated earlier, we had the 13 business cases and 3 other emerging pressures funded through one-time funding. We also had 5 business cases funded through utility user fees or municipal capital. And then we had 1 business case funded through deferred developer contributions. 0% general municipal tax increase, and we'll refer to that simply to implying to the public that for all of city operations, which includes HR and increased costs, training, about every other aspect, there's no request or municipal increase from that perspective. There is, as we talked earlier, the 1% dedicated tax for life cycling, and we wanted to just differentiate that. We understand that it is still an increase. However, we wanted to differentiate the two in terms of transparency. As well as Ms. Frost had just talked about, the 0.025 property tax rate shift to create more equity between residential and non-residential taxpayers. And there is a 2% water and utility rate increases, which is reflective of what the city is charged, and no franchise fee increases contemplated for 2021. Next slide. So this really summarizes, it's a council has always said they like this slide to say, what does this really mean of all of those things on the other slide to our ratepayers. So this slide just summarizes from the residential ratepayers what the monthly impact is. Again, it is based on per $100,000 of assessment, and you see below what the average or the median assessment value is. And again, the 2% utility rate increase extends to water and wastewater utility in the fees and charges bylaw that was presented earlier. Next slide. And again, this would be to the non-residential ratepayers. And again, based on per $100,000 of assessment. And then the impacts of any obviously monthly utility costs and franchise fees. Again, we didn't increase those, but any impacts related to those would be directly related to obviously unique consumption levels, and as such really aren't represented in this chart. So next slide. So this slide really lays out our fiscal framework and our approach to this year's corporate plan draft that we're presenting to council this evening. Council has also discussed the principle, but it's not specifically on the slide, is the aspect that development should pay for development. And this is a shift from historical fiscal policy with the city, and that is something we'll continue to sort through and have some further discussions on. As part of fiscal sustainability, and I mentioned how we got here and what we had to do this year even, we are as lean as practical right now. We may spend more money and time and resources to find the last bit of remaining flex in our budget than we would save or find. So this is certainly under the assumption though that there's no significant change to our service levels. And so that's just an overview, again, what our fiscal framework and approach to this year's corporate plan has meant. And I'll turn it back over to Mr. Frostad at this point.
So just to give an overview of the actual revenues included in the budget, there is total operating revenues of 92 million, with the largest portions of those revenues being 42 million coming from property taxes and 24 million from user fees. And the following slide will show us that the tax increases that are built into this budget are, the green pieces are showing you the growth that we've projected in this budget, and the blue pieces are the tax increase that, as Mr. Wolanski spoke to earlier, is the dedicated tax increase for life cycle reserve building. And the following slide. So council has seen a similar slide to this prior to this, but we wanted to show you that with the current spending within this budget, and the projected grants out 10 years, we would still have a shortfall of 23 million over time. So hence the need for the ongoing build of the life cycling reserves and the determination of alternate sources of funding. So with the current spend, our average grants were about 11 million, and we are projecting that we would be reducing those to 8.5 million in the out years based on the grants that were used in 21. And the following slide. This is just to highlight for council that our debt limit is our actual debt within this budget is proposed to reach 41 million, which is 62% of our municipal limit and 31% of the provincial limit. And our city's debt is expected to approach the municipal limit in 2026. And I know council has asked that we have discussions on our debt limits for the municipal utility and developer portions of our budget sometime in 21. And the following slide shows that the grants that we've been using in this budget amount to 26.5 million, with the largest portion coming from the Municipal Sustainability Initiative of 14 million. And I will hand off to Mrs. Bourget.
Thank you, Ms. Frostad. So we wanted to sum up this presentation and talk about what can you expect? What can the citizens of Spruce Grove and council expect from administration going into 2021? And we've looked at it under two different categories. The one piece under fiscal sustainability, as Mr. Wolanski walked through sort of those high level points of our fiscal framework. And under this piece, the big unknown, as Mr. Wolanski referred to earlier, is what will the provincial budget bring to the city of Spruce Grove in February of 2021. And administration will certainly be prepared to pivot as need be to adjust if there are changes based on what we've assumed to date. We also recognize that we need to continue to manage with and be efficient in our use of our operational budgets and be mindful of that low municipal growth and the fact that the operational support funding that we received for 2021 as a result of the pandemic and offsetting our revenue losses in 2020 will not likely be there, which requires us to continue to sharpen our edges around our creativity and innovation to our approach. As alluded to earlier, spring budget adjustment gives us that opportunity to pivot as we need to, and we will be preparing for that conversation. And as discussed on several occasions over the last few months, that long-term capital plan approach and the concept of asset management plans, we will be bringing those concepts forward to council, particularly around some of the asset management plans into the second quarter of 2021. We will also be looking forward to seeking policy direction from council. As Ms. Frostad alluded to earlier, pieces around the debt management policy, also setting up our reserves policy as a result of the shifts in our budget presentation. Also some of the feedback we've received around the City of Spruce Grove grant program and looking at opportunities to innovate and build off our learnings. And lastly, as discussed earlier in the presentation, the property tax distribution policy and that change to the property tax rate split that we will need to deal with. So those are just a sampling of some of the policy pieces we will be bringing forward for the conversations with council. And that takes us to our last slide, which is a revisit of the proposed motion that sits before you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bourget, for the presentation, Mr. Wolanski and Mrs. Frostad for pulling together all the work that was handled at our committee level. I think, you know, I will open up the floor to my colleagues on council. They may have some questions. Mr. Wolanski, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to finish off by certainly thanking administration for all the hard work that they did to get us to here. I want to thank council. You asked us some great questions, and I'm sure you'll have some more this evening maybe. And we had some great strategic conversations. I couldn't be prouder of the journey that we were on to this year. It was a significant shift for both administration and council in many ways, and it would have been significant if we didn't have COVID and some of the other things that we had to face this year. And so to do so and to get to us to here in a very, I think, positive, it wasn't perfect, and we will continue to evolve, but very positive, informative, collaborative, and very agile. And so I just wanted to express that before we get into any other questions and comments from council.
Okay, thanks very much. And thanks for the leadership on all of our CLT team for lots of discussions and hard questions. So I'll open up the floor to my colleagues on council for any questions or comments. I'll start with Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Wolanski, your comment giving kudos to staff leads me to my first question and provides a really useful segue in. But are our staff already doing some work that could be attributed to the next budget, so budget 2022? Because it's commonly said that the work starts early in the new year, but I'm wondering if it actually doesn't start well prior to that in some way.
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Roth, absolutely. It has started even prior to presenting this budget. You know, halfway through this year, we really focused more so, and we usually do, on the 2021, but we know that it's 2022 and 23 in there. So we already start thinking about what those impacts are going to be and what staff are going to put together and shift and evolve and present. So yes, it has already started.
Okay, just to comment on that, we do know that the corporate plan is a 3-year corporate plan. So I'm inferring from your answer that yes, the work has started on 2022, even though 2022 and 2023 are part of the corporate plan. So in that sense, work has started. I have a question for you. Mr. Wolanski, you mentioned the word opportunities numerous times in your remark, and you were using it as a descriptor for something different than what I'm going to ask you about, because you haven't mentioned any opportunities, any communication opportunities. The public communication plan, I suppose, may be different this year because of more so than different than any other year, because COVID is a factor, I think, and also the financial circumstances of the city and the financial circumstances of individuals and families who are paying the bill are drastically different. So I think maybe there might be a communications opportunity here that is different than we've ever seen in past years. And I'm wondering what communication plan might be going out. Even though the tax increase is small, I think that any tax increase will draw some criticism at times like this. I understand the reason for the 1%, but given the personal financial circumstances of families and individuals, I think there is a need here for a strong communication plan to tell people, yes, there's no increase in the general tax rate. We're going to be charging 1% more, but it's for a specific purpose. And I like the specific purpose. I like how it was sold to us. I think it needs to be sold to ratepayers in a similar way. So what kind of a communication plan are we going to roll out to explain the tax increase and I suppose to justify it?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Roth, excellent question, excellent point, and I appreciate you bringing it up. Yes, we do have a plan ready to go. As you can imagine, we have multiple plans in case we don't want to presuppose any decision of council this evening. But assuming one of those plans assumes that council would proceed, as presented this evening. And so a plan is ready to be rolled out, which does really bring to light some of the differences, some of the things that we have faced and that council deliberated upon and the administration worked through. The plan is a multi-phased approach. So there'll be many, it's not, we're going to put something out tomorrow and that's it. And there's a multi-phased approach to get that message communicated and understood, not only to our residents and to our council as well, with opportunities to share and respond as you will, as you always do, get questions and comments from citizens. So it is planned and it is ready to go.
Okay, I think the plan needs to consider that not all residents have internet access. Not all residents who have internet access will go to the website or read our social media stream. So I think we need to consider some mechanism for getting to all residents, even those who may not use the communication channels that we seem to favor. So I'll just put that out as a comment. I will admit that I'd been hoping for no tax increase. Even a small increase such as this, I think will draw some criticism, especially by those who have been struggling in these difficult times when some people have lost jobs, some people who have uninterrupted jobs are having to deal with other financial challenges, especially perhaps even with children being at home. In some cases, that is the reality. I do support the tax increase because it's not a general increase, but I think the 1% is designed for a specific purpose, and it's an essential one, I think. Our infrastructure does have some need for renewal, upkeep, and rehabilitation, and I think this reserve will help us to attain that. The impact to the average taxpayer is just under $23 a year, so it's not any significant amount of money. It works out to less than $2 per month, which I think is prudent, bordering on brilliant. I think it's a very good recommendation that you and your staff brought forward to us when we had these conversations, I think about 3 weeks ago now. I like the concept of the 7-year property tax split. I would have preferred to roll it out over fewer than 7 years. I did advocate for, I think I advocated for 5 years. I think what is being recommended is a sound move, and I'm going to be voting in favor of the budget. I'm wearing my budget haircut tonight, so I don't know if anybody noticed. I'm probably sitting too high. But anyway, I'm going to be supportive of the budget. Thank you for your good work, and I hope that you will pass our council's thanks and appreciation across to all of the staff who have been involved in any way, because I know that it's more people than who are in this meeting tonight. Lots and lots and lots of city employees have had a hand in this budget, and I think council is appreciative of all the good work done by all of your staff. So thank you, Mayor Houston.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. We've got Councillor Grilke and then Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that I feel like this was the most thoughtful and respectful budget deliberation that I've been a part of, and it's been 3 long years. It feels like this year has been worth about 5. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. Wolanski, and of course your team for stepping in as interim, for doing 2 jobs over the last number of months and still managing to present. And I know you've said that you've got a great team, but you need to take some kudos where it's due, that this was the most high-level discussion we've had, but yet I feel like it was the most fulsome and the most holistic discussion that I've been privy to be a part of. So I thank you for that. And as I said, I feel like we've been thoughtful and respectful of the tax dollar while still recognizing that work still needs to occur and that we need to plan for the future. And we're making decisions and changes that we've been talking about, or that previous councils have been talking about, putting away for our our reserves. So I'm glad that we've made the change, and I'm glad that we're still being, as Mr. Mayor likes to say, future focused, forward thinking, I think is to steal your term, Mr. Mayor. But and maintaining the needs and the necessity of our community while still being really respectful for the current situation. So thank you to your team, thank you to you, and I will of course be in support of this budget. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Grilke. Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I got one question for administration, and I know our residents might be asking this question. In the budget being proposed, what is the service levels when you get down to grass cutting and the general public works service that we did take a little bit of a heat on during the COVID and the staffing? Does this budget look at redoing that or returning back to a regular grass cutting service level?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Acker. So the budget does contemplate and assume return to normal pre-COVID service levels. But that's why we have the opportunity, depending on where things are at for spring adjustment, to adjust where necessary. As we know, we've made decisions, unfortunately, around things like Horizon Stage and some of those things. So those are levels. So that we'll be looking at that if need be. But right now, the budget assumes current levels pre-COVID.
Fantastic. And that's what I've been telling people. It's not a status quo of this year. It's a status quo of what we usually do in the best case scenario. So just a couple of comments I want to provide. Thank you so much to Ms. Frostad, Ms. Boger, Mr. Olansky, all the senior leadership, and every one of the city's employees, because the budget is proposing some, clawbacks and no raises, and everyone's making a sacrifice here. So I really appreciate what the organization has done to find those savings over, I think you started in 2016 and 2017 and 2018. It's been a progression. And I'm really happy that as an organization, we started the reframe last year before this even hit, because I think it prepared us for finding efficiencies. And I want to just applaud our administration and our staff and our team for providing this budget. And I got to say, I was incredibly impressed by the document itself. It presented well, splitting out the operations and the capital expenses. I know we were asking you a lot of questions during committee about more details, and looking at the document in our package, it's providing a lot more detail. So I really appreciate that information. I think it helps me. It helps residents that might be reading the document. But a fantastic job. It's, as Councillor Grilke mentioned, we stayed a little higher level on this discussion, but I think in points we went deeper than we've ever done when we're talking strategic decisions. So I'm really happy that all the business cases that you're proposing and that we're looking at, they align well with our strategic plan. I think that's important. I'm very happy to see that we found some one-time funding for the library to support them. Very happy about the broadband initiatives, the city center moving forward, the high load study. Understanding that we aren't asking our residents for further additional revenue through our tax base, we're accomplishing some amazing projects in the period that we're sitting. So I agree with Councillor Roth. I don't like seeing tax increase, especially when we see so many people are hurting under this economy and the unknown, and we have further discussions, maybe tomorrow, new announcements of what's going to happen in our economy. But at the end of the day, I think it's responsible, and we need to be putting money aside in the reserves to protect the assets that we all are owners of in this community. And to start that ball rolling and to create those reserves to stabilize the tax fund, I think it's something we can't put off. It's important enough that I would support the 1% dedicated to the life cycle, understanding that we're protecting the assets for the future and we're stabilizing that tax fluctuation for our residents going down. So I'm really happy, but I think we also need to make a huge shout out to our federal and provincial governments for providing the funding that has helped us offset some of our difficulties this year and moving forward. I don't think if we didn't have the federal and provincial funding, this would have been as easy, and it's not an easy decision, but it would have been a whole lot more difficult without that coming in place. So thank you so much to the province and the feds, and thank you again to the staff. I will support this. I know a 1% increase is tough for some, but I think we need to do that, and it's responsible to do that to protect the assets and move us forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. just what you said. Good job. Let's go to Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, through you to administration, just to echo a few sentiments, this has been an amazing process this year. And I know last year, especially, I felt like a broken record throughout the whole process and really pushing the capital and the operating and looking at reserves. I'm a firm believer in reserves. And so I love the work that our administration did. And I think by doing that extra work, it allowed us to still be a bold council, to stop kicking cans down the road, to look at some, serious issues, well, in a really extra hard time. And so phenomenal. And as a councillor, I'm really, really proud of what we have come forward with this. The life cycling costs, yes, I also don't agree with trying to do a tax increase this year, but I am in support of looking at it for the life cycle costing, because I just believe long term that it is truly the best way to move forward with this. The only thing that I am still going to continue to push is I would really, when we look at the capital projects, to get into still keeping it at a high level, but that project description and looking at the individual budget of each project. And I think that that's a great stepping stone to get us into spring budget. And, we can then be looking at it, because I'm so excited to be part of a spring budget adjustment and making sure that we're moving forward with this properly. And I think being able to see where each capital project is at, are we continuing it this year? Did it, come in under budget, over budget? Those are kind of some of the big ticket items that it's really great to see. So I'm excited, and I know administration has indicated that yet we're taking little steps and moving forward. But I think this year we have taken 8 huge steps to an amazing process. So again, I am in support of this budget, and again, the same sentiments. Kudos to every single employee at the City of the Spruce Grove, not just working on the budget, but those that have been impacted with their jobs. My heart goes out to people that we have had to lay off this year. And, hopefully, if we've got a budget for next year as status quo, maybe we can hopefully start bringing some of those people back as well. So it's been a tough year, and I'm honored to be part of the City of Spruce Grove and have the people that work for us. So keep up the great work, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. Good job. Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mayor, and my colleagues all spoke very well and shared lots of my perspective and point of view. So I would just like to thank all the staff, Mr. Wolanski, from right from you down to your senior leadership team and everyone involved in the budget process. I said this 2 or 3 weeks ago, so I'll reiterate it again tonight. The process was really good, and when the process is really good, the results kind of will come. And it's never perfect; there will always be tweaks, and that's just how the world works, is with tweaks. But as Ms. Bourget said earlier tonight, this is something to build off and grow on. And as Councillor McKenzie just said, there was several big steps taken this year, and right from early in the year in educating us as council as to where we needed to go and some of the ideas that may be possible, and not just kind of throwing it at us, in a small time frame, and allowing us to ask questions and dig a little deeper on some things. And then when it came to the budget time, we were able to have meaningful discussion that was strategic and relevant to the issues that we needed to tackle. And I think from administration perspective, from Mr. Farbrother, right through his departure to Mr. Wolanski and the entire team throughout the year, set us up for success. And I really appreciate that. We are the ones that have to make some of the hard decisions, but administration really gave us the right information in the right time frame. And there'll always be tweaks, but it was really well done. And I look forward to, again, being part of it for the start of this upcoming year, and seeing how we can continue to be responsible stewards of our taxpayers and the dollars that they give us to to take care of our great city. So I'll leave it at that because everyone else spoke very well, and I don't need to reiterate too much, but those are some of my extra thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. And I think the word responsible stewards wasn't necessarily just referring to me, but the whole group of the city. But thanks very much. Great comments, Councillor Oldham, and appreciate the response as well. Councillor Stevenson.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have a question. So it's going to feel odd after all these praises and stuff. I'm like, I just have a clarification. So if you don't mind indulging me a little bit, on page 416, and this is probably for Mrs. Frostad, it's just talking about the debt limits. And so it's just going to the idea that, we are going to go over our debt limit, our self-imposed debt limit in, what year is it?
We approach it in 26.
Approach it in 26. So our debt limit is that light blue line?
I apologize. I'm still trying to get to the page.
It's okay.
416. Yes. So the city's policy is the light blue line and the darker line is the MGA provincial limit.
Right. And so I appreciate that if someone looked at this, they were like, oh my gosh, you're approaching it. But you have split it out into municipal debt, utility debt, and developer debt. So the developer debt is really the debt that developers owe us, essentially, right? They haven't, paid us essentially for what we're either building ahead of time or, with the services we're providing to the neighborhoods, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if we look at this overall, in terms of the debt that is on the taxpayer, it's actually only the municipal debt, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So in that case, the picture isn't maybe as bleak as someone would look at right away and say, oh my gosh, look at all this debt that's being supported by the taxpayer. It's actually only the municipal debt that they should be not worrying about. Obviously, all debt we should be concerned about, but that's what really impacts us for future opportunities that we're expecting the future taxpayer to pay for, right?
Yes, so the developer debt would be covered by future offsite levies that we collect. So it's pending development. It does impact our cash flow currently because we make that $1.2 million in debt service payments with our cash that we have not yet collected.
Okay, just so I can make sure that I'm able to explain to residents when they ask me about net debt, because it can look a little stark at times when it's like, oh, we're hitting that percentage, but really there's multiple ways to look at this. And I think it's important to be able to tell that story. Which leads me to, I guess, the point that I would say is that this is the first time I felt since being on council that I read this document and I felt like I was reading a story. I felt like I was reading the story of Spruce Grove. And I've preached this for a very long time about storytelling because people don't remember numbers. You don't remember numbers. You remember stories. And that's why right now, when it even comes to COVID, we are given stories on the daily or numbers on the daily. But sometimes it's that one story you hear of somebody, either someone's mother passing away or, catching it or whatever. So storytelling is really, really important. And I think, especially in this year, when we are given so many numbers every single day, like we all live for 3:30 to find out what the numbers are, but behind those numbers is a person. And I think it's the same when it comes to a budget. Like budgets are great. And I'm not trying to insult Mrs. Frostad or anyone who loves numbers. I appreciate you. I am just not one of you. So I appreciate that. I feel like I can explain what we are doing with the budget and how that works for Spruce Grove. I feel like we've got that strategy and we were able to stay high level and look at the strategy and the direction and where we want to take the city instead of getting into the details that we often rely very heavily upon our experts, senior leadership team, and all of the staff that work with Spruce Grove. So I'm happy we developed that process over a couple of years and we figured that out. But I think we really started to find our legs, and that only comes from listening And so I just want to thank all of you for listening. And, you know, you have 7 very different personalities on here. We might all be extroverts, entirely possible, but we all have different things that we like to pull out and say, this is what I want to see. And I think you've all done just a phenomenal job, not just reacting to it, but like taking it one step further and bringing these ideas to life for us, so that this is a document that you can understand. And I would challenge anyone to read the last couple of years, the massive spiral binder, and then come and read this document and see how different it really is. Like, it is night and day. So really, I can't stress enough. Like, I think, like the rest of my colleagues, thank you so much for your leadership. And thank you to Mr. Wolanski for, you know, leading the last couple of months after Mr. Farbrother has left. I think you guys have done just a tremendous job. So I'm very, very thankful that I can tell the story this year. So I will be supporting this budget as well tonight. So thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. I found it interesting with Councillor Stevenson's approach to looking at the debt levels. And when you look at our municipal debt, I'm actually, when I stop to consider how fortunate we've been as a city over the last, I'm going to say maybe the last 5 years or so, for the amount of infrastructure and buildings that we've built in this city. And our current municipal debt is 1/4 of our provincial limit right now. It's around $40 million. Our provincial debt limit is $160 million, which means that we have a lot of capacity as a city. And I think the best thing, when you look at that graph, and I know Councillor Olam and a few other councillors talked about breaking out the taxpayer supported debt, but it, you know, when we show what our actual debt levels are, there was a point where we were starting to cross the line, but we haven't entirely, right till 2029. You know, we don't even exceed our self-imposed debt limit, which is really good. But anyway, enough of that. I think I like the work we did, and that small adjustment we made with that 1%. I think that approach, and I'll say to all of council and administration, that was a brilliant thing that we did, and how the compounding factor of that 1% is going to go into reserve. That's going to be a sustainable reserve, because in 5 years that will be generating $2 million a year for life cycle replacement in the city. So that was a really great move for us. I think the one thing that I reflect on in our 21 to 23 capital plan is that we have a lot of big projects on the horizon, and that's if we do those ourselves, if we don't even get some regional help from our regional partners. So I think we're in a really good position. I think this city, with this administrative team and this council, has some opportunities. You know, we have a lot of opportunity in front of us if we work and work together on developing those things. And this budget proves that we can do it. I would say also, and I've said to council, for our new councillors, there's 4 of them on our team, that when they came on council, it takes a full term to, it takes a full term being on council. This is your 4th budget, and it got easier, I think, because of a better understanding. But I think it got easier because of the way it was presented this year, Mr. Wolanski. So to your team, everybody's said the kudos, but it was well laid out, it was well presented, and it made for a lot easier understanding. And the big part, I think, was the committee of the whole, where we dug into a lot of those issues. But I just want to echo all the comments. I'll pretty much end with that. Everybody has pretty much said a lot of the accolades to our team and that. But the budget that we're coming in with doesn't have a significant impact to our residents. Yes. It's a very, very minor one, but I think going forward, we need to continue to look at supporting our residents and continuing with the high levels of service that we have, and always looking to streamline those as well. So anyway, we're excited about that, and I'm extremely proud of everybody within the organization, our council, the council I have the pleasure of working with. We have a lot of thoughtful discussions, and I always know that we're going to land on our feet. It's like throwing a cat out the window. We land on our feet and we get going with the budget. So I guess from everybody's perspective, it's super supportive. And when we tell the story about what we're doing, and that I'm excited about, what the future holds and continue to work together. And Mr. Wolanski, thank you for your leadership and thank you for guiding the team and everybody working together with you. It was well done, it was well presented, and I think everybody's pretty much said that. Anyway, thanks very much. I want to close it out by asking Mr. Wolanski if there's anything further to say. I'll turn it back to him, and if you have nothing else, you can summarize and close out, and then I will call the question.
Mr. Mayor, I think I defer to council's comments and your expertise on what you wanted, and just leave it with that. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. So our corporate plan and the budget this year, it started in March, I believe. I think Councillor Roth says it probably started earlier, but most of the time we start working on it once spring adjustment's over. It's been a lot of work and a lot of dedicated effort, a lot of discussion. So anyway, with that, thanks very much, everyone. I will call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried unanimously. And I think that brings us almost to the end. Can I get one more motion, please?
I'll move
Councillor
to
Grilke.
adjourn, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Grilke. We have a motion to adjourn. I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, that's been carried. Thanks, everyone. Good night. Have a great evening.